The Thurston County Board of County Commissioners Board Work Session. It's Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. It is 9:30 a.m. My name is Ty Menser. I'm Vice Chair of the Board of County Commissioners. To my left is Commissioner Gary Edwards. Our Chair, Commissioner Mejia, will be joining us shortly. County Manager Miro Chavez, Assistant County Manager Robin Campbell, and our new Budget Director. What's the title?
She is the Budget and Fiscal Manager.
Budget Manager, Nicole Martinez, welcome, and a lot of public work staff here. So public can follow along on our Thurston County YouTube channel. We're slated for two sessions, 9:30 to 12, 1 to 2:30. We may take a mid-morning break. That will be up to the chair. And with that, who do I turn the baton over to?
Commissioners, thank you and good morning. This is part of the budget process that you may be considering in the fall. This is a presentation of all the capital improvement programs. They will include transportation projects, and you already have a preview of that a little bit on Monday with the county engineer. And also will include all the many other capital improvements, including facilities and everything else. So we've got facilities manager as well as public works management here to walk you through that process. So this morning, I believe is facilities, Robin?
Yes. Today's agenda, we're going to go through the course of the day. You will hear from all of the sections of the capital improvement program, and I think we'll start off with an overview from Maya. Then Jennifer and I will talk a little bit about the capital process, and then we'll jump into facilities and go from there. So I'm going to turn it over to Maya.
Great. Thank you, Robin. Maya Teeple with Thurston County Community Planning, Senior Planner. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for the PowerPoint. And hopefully that is visible to you all. This was included in the packet, so there should be printed copies in the boardroom as well. Today we're talking about the Capital Improvement Program, which is Appendix G of the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan. We have this briefing every year for our Board of County Commissioners, and today's briefing is informational only, so we are not requesting any direction from the Board of County Commissioners, but this is an opportunity to review projects and expected expenditures and financing plans for the next 6 years for those projects. And if the board would like to see projects added or removed, this is an opportunity to have those discussions. So I'll be providing an overview of the capital improvement program, and then you'll hear from all of the departments today. And as I mentioned, today's briefing is informational only. We do not need direction from the Board of County Commissioners. And it's an opportunity to learn about the expected projects that we may see in Thurston County over the next 6 years. So looking at our schedule for today's briefing, we're scheduled from 9:30 until 2:30, I believe, and there's a break for lunch from noon to 1 p.m. And as Commissioner Menser mentioned, if there are any other breaks at the commissioners' will, then we can schedule those in. But you'll hear an overview from me, then you'll hear from Robin and Jennifer on project delivery, and then we'll move through each of the departments on their capital facility projects. And you'll hear from county facilities, parks and trails, water and sewer, storm and surface water, and then we will have a break, and in the afternoon you'll hear from solid waste and transportation. So moving into an overview of the capital improvement program and what it is and why we do this every year. The capital improvement program is a required component of the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan, and we are required under the Growth Management Act to include a capital facilities element within our comprehensive plan. And what this element does is it identifies expected capital projects over the next 6 years and financing plans for those projects. It's not a budget for expenditures, and it's not a guarantee that that specific project will be implemented or completed. This is more of a planning document that shows what kind of projects the county may do over the next 6 years in order to meet level of services throughout the county. Also, the capital facilities element must identify facilities needed to support growth and level of services, and policies that ensure coordination and consistency between those updates and the rest of the comprehensive plan, so a 20-year forecast, level of services, and then the 6-year financing plan. So most of these items actually live within the main comprehensive plan, and they're updated a little less frequently than the capital improvement program. But what we're talking about today is the specific projects and the 6-year financing plan, which is the capital improvement program and is Appendix G of the comprehensive plan. And that's updated annually. A lot of these other pieces like level of service and policies are updated on the periodic update schedule. So how we update the capital improvement program is a coordinated effort between several departments who you'll hear from today, and also external agencies outside of the county. So there are lots of roles throughout this process. Community Planning and Economic Development is the coordinator of the capital improvement program update, and we ensure that any updates are consistent with the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan. And so CPED really coordinates with all the departments to get the updates and moves this document through the legislative process so that it's properly reviewed by the Planning Commission and also by the Board of County Commissioners. And we take care of the public comment aspect of this. Public Works and Facilities update the draft plan annually with new projects, removing projects that have been completed, and also including financial plans for those projects. And then the Budget Office ensures that the updates and the capital funding plans are consistent and coordinated with our annual budget process. Finally, external agencies like schools and fire districts work with CPED to provide updated numbers annually and notify the county if they have any expected changes to their impact fees.
So I'll just jump in before you go to the next slide and say that when it comes to the budget, this document is not a budget. However, we do ensure that the first year, or when we're doing a biennial budget, the first 2 years align with what the board approves in your budget. So it's aligned in that way. And then connected, we ensure that all of our 10-year financial plans reflect the amounts that are in this program.
Thank you, Robin. So what exactly are capital facilities? Capital facilities are projects that are needed to support the growing population in Thurston County, and each jurisdiction can set their own threshold for the size and the life of the projects that we list as capital facilities in these plans. However, there are projects that use certain types of funds, like projects that use REAP funds or impact fees, and all of those projects that touch those specific funds must be included in the capital improvement program.
Or you can't do them.
And so for Thurston County, we have a variety of different capital facilities projects. Again, you'll hear from these departments today, but just to summarize: transportation, water systems, sewer systems, stormwater, solid waste, parks and trails, county facilities. And then these three at the bottom are asterisked because these are external agencies, so public utility districts, schools, and police and fire districts. We do include rough numbers within our capital improvement program document, but we reference directly to their own capital facilities plans. So all of these agencies have their own plans that they update, and we incorporate by reference those numbers. And so the capital improvement program document plans for the next 6 years. Again, we update this annually, and it can be updated more frequently, but typically we do this on an annual cycle. It's consistent, as Robin mentioned, with the first year of the county budget, and we identify funding sources that are expected in order to meet project costs. And also there is some prioritization of capital facility projects in this document as well. So the schedule for the CIP is pretty consistent year to year. After this board briefing, and again, this is an info-only briefing for the Board of County Commissioners, and it's an opportunity to add or remove projects into the document. And moving forward in August, we take this to our Planning Commission. September, we typically hold our Planning Commission public hearing. And then that Planning Commission recommendation will come to the board in late fall. After the board has a briefing reviewing the Planning Commission recommendation, this begins to align with the budget process. So the public hearing for the capital improvement program will coincide with the budget public hearing, as will a final action from the board on this project. And if there's no questions on process, then I'll hand it over to Robin and Jennifer.
I do.
Commissioner Edwards has a question on process.
And when we say process, some of the stuff that's just been covered, right?
Right, this whole little section.
Okay. Can you have a revenue source that's identified for several projects, but then somewhere down the road, we select out of those several projects which ones we're actually going to do, and that's what will be spent out of that revenue source? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it makes sense to me, and the answer is yes. We identify these projects, they're the ones that we want to do, if the stars align, if you will.
Right.
And as Maya said, this is a plan. So these are the things that we plan to do, and we identify the source of money that's going to pay for these things. But if for any reason we don't go forward, then that'll be money that just goes back to that fund and doesn't get used. Or the things that do go forward, this is the fund that we plan to use. Maybe we find grant funding, maybe we determine there's a different funding source that's suitable, but this is our plan. And one of the things that the law requires is that we have to show that we can afford to finance the plan that we present to the public.
And then the users, do users pay? Is that how it goes? I mean, we're restricted. We can only use certain funds for certain things, REAP
Right.
2, REAP 1. Are there any requirements? I hear you say once in a while, one fund can't benefit,
That's right, no one
Another.
fund can benefit another.
and that has something to do with those dedicated funds? Is that
It
the
has
way that-
everything to do with dedicated accounts and restricted accounts, and as you say, certain funds can only pay for certain things. So when you say user pays, I'm not sure what you're
Yeah, I'm
getting
not-
at.
Okay, so the road funds, for an example,
Uh-huh.
they can only be used for those road projects, I guess, right?
Anything related to the transportation system.
Portion of it, okay.
Right.
Okay, good enough, thank you.
Okay.
My question is about the capital facilities. It says on the slide, each jurisdiction defines capital facilities. So I'm just curious about that. Why isn't that set in stone? I mean, what are examples of things that one jurisdiction could decide is a capital facility and another jurisdiction could decide is not? Where's the flexibility in that?
Yeah, so that comes from growth management as not explicit on what a capital facility is defined as, but most jurisdictions typically identify the same things based off of funding sources. And I don't have specific examples off the top of my head, but Robin, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think that it's pretty flexible, so that each jurisdiction does a plan that fits their area. I know that we've come up with a definition of what we say a capital project is. It's defined by price and scope, but you know, they're the law does require, REIT in particular specifies these are capital projects. So sidewalks, roads, bridges, water lines, sewer systems. There are certain facilities, buildings, that qualify as capital.
And you said there's a dollar like threshold?
So for
We
Thurston,
defined, yeah.
Thurston County, our capital facilities are defined as projects that are anticipated cost of $100,000 or more, have a 10-year life cycle, and then anything funded with real estate excise tax funds or impact fees, so those traffic or park impact fees.
So those are the items that you'll see on the CIP for Thurston County.
They have to meet all three of those criteria? No.
Any one of those, one or more of those. Because like the REIT, it could cost $200. If you pay it out of REIT, it has to be on the CIP.
Go ahead, Maya, I think we're ready for project delivery, or is that Robin? Oh, sorry,
County manager.
In defining what a capital facilities project is, related to transportation, the department using the 3R escalation defined in state law. You know, it's 1R, 2R, 3R. 1R is rehabilitation, restoration, and the other one is replacement. And I think the restoration and rehabilitation falls into the operations and maintenance aspect of the department. But when it goes to replacement, that is larger in the scope of what operations and maintenance is, which becomes a capital project. Is that part of the process as well?
Yes, that's a filter before it even gets to this, yes.
Because there is an alignment to the definition in the state as to how rehabilitation, restoration, and replacement is.
Yes.
Each one's got its own
Sorry,
set of rules.
sorry I confused you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's gotta be more in the definition, because I can think of things that cost more than 100,000 that last more than 10 years, but it's not a capital facility. I mean, you know,
Right, it would be probably a part of maintenance and operations.
so I'm just trying
It would
to,
be a part of our operating budget versus a capital program or a capital project.
Right, this is where the definition, roads, sidewalks, buildings,
And
anything
those-
you're doing.
yeah.
that
I'm just, I mean, generally I understand what they are. I'm just searching for that, like, that limit, that outer limit, I mean, is it things that don't move? A road doesn't move around, fancy computer, I can pick it up and carry it somewhere. Is it that it's hard? Is it something that has to be related to, as you say, you're planning for growth and development? Does it have to have a nexus to a supporting growth and development of county business? I mean, what is the thing? It can't just be $100,000 in a 10-year life cycle. I mean,
Well, a capital facility, so we start with a thing, a capital facility.
but even that's a murky, I don't know, this is my legal training, I guess, every definition can just be torn apart. I mean, a trail's a space kind of, or is it the pavement on the ground? I mean, we're talking about, I'm just trying to figure out what are those things that would be right on the line of maybe it's a capital facility, maybe it isn't.
Oh,
And because you're saying that we're allowed to define our own.
we are.
Each jurisdiction can define that, so there has to be some flexibility there, or else there'd be no reason to let jurisdictions define it. Something has to be crossover.
So, I wouldn't put it in the CIP. So I don't know if this is pertinent, I guess that as I think about what's the borderline stuff, I think about my accounting training, and I think about large computer systems. Those are a capital expense because they cost over $100,000 generally, and they have a lifespan of 10 or more years generally, and,
Well, do they? That's,
well,
but do they?
generally,
They're old fashioned
Our-
within 4
our-
years, aren't they?
yeah, 7 years, I'm
Yeah,
sure Dennis
so-
would say is more current, but, you know, we've had Munis for
Right, I
20
was gonna
years.
say, we've had
We're gonna have
software
the
systems that are-
ERP for at least 10 years.
But we also reference facilities.
Exactly,
So I
that's not a
think-
facility, but this is where, you know, he's asking what's borderline, and that's, I
Yeah,
wouldn't call that a facility, but it's something that's
Facilities
a
the key, you're
capital.
saying.
It is.
Because I'm thinking about all the sheriff's equipment they bought, you
Yeah,
know.
no, it's not, that's not
Maybe-
capital, so if you think about infrastructure,
Sewer plant?
Yeah, sewer, water, what do you need? And again, I'm thinking REIT more than roads or the other utilities. But REIT does a nice job of defining what kind of infrastructure do you need for development to occur. So you need water, you need sewer, some type of sewer, either sewer or septic. You need lighting, you need electric, you need all the things before buildings can be built for either home or business. And it's those infrastructure things plus the buildings that the county does business out
What
of.
about the furniture for the buildings?
The furniture connected to a capital project
It's not
has
it's not a
been,
separate project.
the furniture itself, this is not capital, but we have legal opinions that say that furniture connected to a capital project can be considered to be paid by our capital funds.
If it's like bolted down or something?
So, no,
Might become
it's
a
not
fixture.
necessarily bolted
Because
down.
it's a key amenity for that project to
Part of
be
the project.
successful.
Right, to be able to be
To
up
be
and
able to
running.
do that. For instance, in a road project, and maybe in a road project, you define the scope of work, but you don't identify all the many different catch basins that you need. Right? It's just part, inclusive of the system that you need to have a stormwater system, a series of catch basins and pipes. So you do not get to outline a separate line item out of that project that specifies catch basins. Because catch basins are an element of the project to be successful. And that is the legal opinion that Robin has stated. The furniture in any type of building improvements is essential for that improvement to be successful.
Yeah,
And
to
subside.
begin to operate.
So that's the ultimate goal is to be operational. And if you can probably build a project without the furniture, it's not gonna be operational. You can build a road without a stormwater, it's not operational.
Okay, well, but, okay, so if you get, I've been stalling for you,
How
Commissioner.
how about one other thing, going back to that user question that I
Sure.
asked? So, like, is it a requirement that the user, say Tamishan or Boston Harbor have sewer systems? We're talking about doing something with.
Right,
I think we
right.
got some upcoming information on that. Okay, so the users, do they pay for that? Or do other funds pay for that? And it seems like I've heard that other funds sometimes are used even though there's only limited users. And
That's
so
right.
that's where I'm coming from on the user.
No, you're absolutely right. Okay, so good. Thank you for defining that. So this is where the board has some flexibility to use the funds that are legally allowed for whatever purpose you're considering. And a sewer system at Tamishan is a great example. So if there's a proposal for a sewer system at Tamishan, the first thing we look at is there enough money in the reserve fund that has been built by user fees, right?
Ratepayers.
Rates, yep, the ratepayers.
They're the same, I think, they're one of the
Yeah,
same, right?
users.
Users are ratepayers.
They're the ratepayers. Have they paid in enough to build up a reserve to do this sewer system project that is necessary? And maybe there is, maybe there's not. If there's not, then you look and say, what other funds can we legally use for this thing we have to do? And in that case, we can look at REIT 2 that can be used for any type of the infrastructure capital projects. We look at REIT 1. We can look at, for a sewer project, there aren't impact fees. But general fund is always an option for the board. It doesn't matter, if you will, if you're going to use the Tam-O-Shan Reserve, then that can only be used in the Tam-O-Shan area until we get to the pool study. But right now, the way it's structured, the Tam-O-Shan Reserve can only be used for Tam-O-Shan purposes. But REIT can be used for any infrastructure project anywhere in the county. It doesn't have to be like only for unincorporated county or for all of unincorporated county. It can be any type of infrastructure project in the county. And general fund can be used for any general purpose. And now you have another source for sewer systems that we're looking at, and that's the ARPA money. That is a windfall grant that we could possibly use for that. So you have some flexibility of the board, as the Board of County Commissioners, you can determine the best use of the source of funds for the projects in this plan.
Okay, I've often heard you say, one fund cannot benefit another,
That's right.
except, I guess, is what I'm hearing.
There's always
Except.
an it depends.
It depends, that's a good legal term, right, counselor? It depends.
Just to elaborate on a recent example, the Board of County Commissioners many years ago secured a bond to build a sewer infrastructure on the Ground Mountain area. And that bond was paid by REIT 2. And we just finished paying the bond in 2019. So, and that is another area where the board saw the benefit to the public to invest in infrastructure, build that infrastructure using REIT 2 through a municipal bond, a general obligation bond. And the payout was using REIT 2. And finally, on 2019, we finalized paying that bond. So now the utility is getting a little bit bigger.
Right.
Okay,
And I'm
so,
gonna complicate that example by saying REIT 2 only paid to the extent that the amount collected couldn't
Right.
cover the bond payment. So we examined every year when we went to make the bond payment, how much have we collected from the ratepayers, how much needs to be added to fill the gap. And we took both of those funding sources and paid the bond payments.
So it always that
Yeah.
possibility.
okay, so,
So when
I-
I say one fund can't benefit another, that's that, so the road fund is a great example. We cannot use road fund money to pay for the assessor's office, if you will, because the assessor doesn't have any tasks that are related directly to our transportation system. If for any reason, the dangerous trees is another example. If we were to ask Public Works to go out and take care of those dangerous trees for us, they would have to bill us for their time and materials, because taking out the dangerous trees on tax title property is not tied to work on our transportation system. That is not their core business, and we cannot use that fund for the benefit of the improvements on tax title property. So that is what the law is speaking to. You cannot use a restricted fund for a purpose for which it was not intended.
Okay, now, I'm looking for exceptions,
I know.
actually, is what I'm trying to figure out. So, we've got an electrical charging station that's free to the public. And you said that benefits, I guess, the earth or everybody or something like that. So then that's okay, then another fund pays for that.
Another fund.
Well, somebody's paying for it, I don't
Well,
know.
we gotta figure out,
Who is
the
paying
vehicle charging stations.
Yeah.
So we're proposing that those are paid from our building funds, because they are, and we can pay for those for someone to come and plug their car in. If I had an electric vehicle, which I don't, but if I did, and I came to the county lot to plug my car in, because I'm taking a long trip and I gotta recharge, I'm getting a benefit that the county's paying for if I don't have to enter a card, right?
Yeah.
And the county can pay for that electric that I'm getting because that is a benefit toward it's not climate change, but it does contribute to.
Carbon footprint.
Yeah, it's reducing the carbon footprint. It's got a governmental purpose. It suits a government purpose. That is why that's not considered a gift of public funds. That's a completely different conversation.
Okay, but yes, I know it is, but I'm just trying to kind of get everything figured out. The lakes project, clean water, we all want clean water.
Right?
So why is it a gift of public funds, or one fund can't help another to create cleaner water in a lake? Or I'll go back to Tamashan. I own a house in Tamashan, so I don't want to get, everything I can do to keep from getting billed about a sewer upgrade, so I'd rather have everybody pay for that. But that doesn't really seem fair that I would get that benefit.
So.
And so that's what I'm trying to figure out, this balance between what is one fund not benefiting another fund. Gifting of public funds are just for a few of us, or are they for everybody?
The county cannot gift public funds from any fund to any.
Well, as long as there's a
level.
benefit, we want the sewer system to
You
work.
have to be able to show
because we
that
wanna have
there's
clean
a
water.
general public benefit, and yes, we want the sewer system to work, so let's follow that. I can pay for that sewer system from the Tamashan Fund, which is allowable for Tamashan sewer.
Because I've been paying into that.
Right,
But there's not enough
for
money in
that.
there.
Then I can use REIT because REIT is legally allowable by state law for that purpose. And you have to look at what the purpose of the fund. I couldn't use conservation futures funds. I could not use that fund. I can't use the solid waste fund.
But you could use
I
general
can-
fund maybe, or
I
REIT.
could absolutely use
You could
general
use the
fund.
cash
and I
cow
could
general
use that.
fund.
That's right.
But there's never
Or
enough
REIT.
money in general
Or I
fund.
might get a grant. The lake management
It
district.
seems like there's so many variables, there can certainly be a lot of abuses without adequate.
That is
definitions, I
why
guess,
it
that's-
is our responsibility, as you heard me talking about yesterday, to understand every source of funds that comes into the county and ensure that we're using them in the manner that we are legally allowed. It is the responsibility of every office and department and every fiscal officer and every official in this county to know how we can
And to follow
legally
the
use our
rules.
funds and to follow those rules. And that's what audits are all about.
I can see we could go on for much.
We could talk all day.
I'm not the
and this
chair
is-
manager.
But
Okay, good enough.
So, but, and I welcome, as your key finance advisor, I welcome your questions about, can we use this money? Why can't we use that money? Those are great conversations, in my opinion. Get creative and I'll tell you why it can't be. But these are excellent questions to have.
No, good conversation. I appreciate the questions.
So, but we should get back to the agenda.
Yeah. We don't have enough time to
Right.
cover all those questions.
So, Jennifer, perhaps you'd like to talk about project delivery.
Well, I think I'm going to try to capture back make up some of the time and say that over the last couple of years, staff in Public Works and in Central Services have worked hard to streamline the project delivery process, to have a coordinated effort and have a similar path forward. And so when we look at our project delivery process, it's generally starting with either a bright idea or there's a problem that we're trying to solve. And then we look at, okay, well, what are the options of solving that problem? And we have a methodical approach that we go through and criteria and lenses that we look at to identify those highest priority projects. And so when we talk about coming forward to you today, we're going to talk about what are those new projects that we're proposing and highlighting those, and also highlight what are the projects that we've been working on for the last couple of years that we finally have constructed.
All right, so I'm gonna ask Jason to come to the table. And we're gonna present to you the capital facility projects for county-owned buildings, the buildings that the county owns and uses.
Good morning. So, I'm Jason Ash, Facilities Manager. So, I'll just do a brief overview of this. So, the capital facilities projects, they're designed to provide safe and usable and sustainable facilities to serve the public. We select the capital projects upon safety, health, accessibility, sustainability, operational efficiency, and effectiveness of all the facilities. Our next slide. As you know, we had many projects delayed due to COVID and staffing issues. But some of the ones we completed in 2021 was we completed the Building E HVAC system upgrades. This consisted of adding charcoal filters to the system to prevent smoke from entering the building due to the neighbor who frequently burnt.
Which one's building me?
Emergency management.
Okay, emergency management. Thank you.
So we also completed the FJC camera controls. This consisted of switching from an analog system to IP cameras in the detention courts and exterior. We also added additional cameras to the exterior of the building and in the court areas. We also completed the corrections rec yard. This was the area installed in the Sallyport. It's a high security area where inmates can now take their rec time. And the last project we completed in 2021 that I have listed here is the roofing and stucco repairs. We've had issues with water leaking into the building for, I believe, since early on in its completion. We were able to find out what the issue was. They fully wrapped the parapet walls on the roof and resealed all of the flashing. And we've had no water intrusion since this time. So that's just a highlight of the major project that we completed in 2021.
Go ahead, sir.
You mentioned the FJC camera controls.
Yes.
We're still doing something on cameras though, right? This is one portion of that. We've still got another project hanging fire on cameras.
Yes,
I just want to make sure I'm not
we'll get to
combining.
that.
Yes.
Okay,
I'll
good,
mention
thank
that
you.
at the end of this next slide. So
Thank you.
this was a standalone project just
Okay.
for
Got it.
the family and juvenile court building.
Okay.
So next we have the projects that are in construction this year. Some of these have been completed earlier this year. Some are still under construction and some, the last one
We hope to be under construction by the end of the year. So we made repairs to the FJC hydronic heating system. We had major leaks causing damage to the building, so that project consisted of adding isolation valves throughout the building. Previous to this project, we had to shut down the whole heating system to the building to make any repairs. Now we can isolate areas and not affect operations and do it during normal business hours. That was completed, I believe, in late March is when we completed it. So another one, I think you guys might be familiar with this one. It was the resource room in Building 4 that was completed this year. And I believe it is currently operational and being used. So
Is it, Madam Chair,
Go ahead, sir.
is it possible as you're going through these that we could have a dollar amount associated with it? I mean, for me, we're all about the budget. That's kind of our bailiwick, so to speak. And so it helps me have a better understanding of the overall usage of the taxpayers' money. So whether or not it's a completed project or an upcoming project, and I suppose you have to be somewhat careful maybe on upcoming, because if somebody's watching that might want to bid, I don't know. I mean, it can be very broad. Just to get a sense of.
So the upcoming projects, we do have an estimate. As I think it was spoke about in the beginning, those estimates may change as we get closer to December, depending upon market conditions and whatnot. But as far as the completed projects, I don't have the list in front of me, but I do know
Yeah. we
a
can
fairly
certainly get those
close
answers.
estimate.
Yeah.
So
Well, maybe even in future briefings or
So-
something. I'm not asking that you go back and redo anything. I think it just makes it fits better if we know, at least if I know.
The hydronic repairs, I do know was, came in fairly under budget. I think it was around 320,000 was the final cost of the project. So the resource room, I believe you guys had assigned $100,000 to it, but I believe that came in at 75 or 80,000 if I'm correct. I know it came in under budget also. The CSA bed expansion is the next project. It's currently under.
Yeah, well, the contract went over, but
Yes.
the overall budget is a little over 1.5 million, and they expect to come under that. That's the grant amount from Commerce.
That's the item you approved.
Just recently.
Yeah, you approved the increase to the contract that is still under budget.
So, that is currently, like I said, it's currently under construction. Phase 1 should be complete by the end of this week. And then they'll be moving into phase 2, which will be completed by the end of the year. The next project I have listed here that we hope, or will be under construction is one Robin mentioned earlier, the countywide vehicle charging stations. We've assigned a $125,000 budget to that, because that's what we felt we could spare out of building reserves. So obviously, we could spend a lot more and add a lot more locations if funding becomes available.
And what kind of a station is that? Is that like a 220 volt, 110 volt, 440 volt? I don't know anything about electric vehicles, so I'm told that if you plug in at home, I don't know, it takes 8 hours to get 50 miles, or I don't know what it is. But.
So I've been working throughout this. I'm actually acting currently as the project manager on that project also. So I've been working with Bruce Robar from ER&R to determine what type of chargers we want to install. We've currently, it appears the best route to go is with a 30 amp 240 volt charging system. It's more cost effective than going with the dedicated, say, Tesla outlets. Those are about triple the price. So, and that, with going with that system, it allows a fairly quick charge time for most vehicles, and any vehicle will be able to use it then.
And then who pays the bill?
It will be on the county's system currently.
Right, but, so, the health department has, the billing has to go to the health department.
Central services.
Central services.
Well, yeah,
Pay the electric
but
bill.
doesn't that come back to somebody has to have dedicated funding to make that happen? Road department is gonna pay for road department vehicles. Sheriff's office, is that budget gonna pay for that? Is there a breakdown as to how we plan on dividing that cost up so one fund doesn't affect another? Or can I bring my POV in
The
and plug it in?
electric that is available for public use will be paid for by the general fund. And then any stations that are specific to a certain office or department, that department would pay for theirs. But they're for general use, like the one that's out in our parking lot right now. It's just paid on a general allocation basis. Because anyone can use it.
Don't I see things around that are like at a Safeway store or something that's you put
They
your
see
credit,
some that are metered.
yeah, you put a credit card in or something like that?
Sure, and if the board wants us to pursue those instead of ones that are just simply available, which is the direction that we've been going in, then please give us that direction.
That's a policy decision.
Yeah, that is a policy decision. I
So-
thought my direction was to put in stations that the public has access to in order to encourage the use.
And that's what this project is about,
Yes.
and put on locations the county owns, or
Yes, county
So-
owned sites.
give me an
Any-
example of where you're gonna be putting one.
Any citizen can come in and plug in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yes. So we have a list of locations. We're gonna be sitting down with actually Jennifer and Robin at some point in the coming months and trying to finalize what locations we want to bring forward. I think that'll probably end up being the decision for the board on what locations they actually want to install them in. But we're looking at them all for not just public use, but also county
also
use.
county use.
Because as we move to more electric vehicles, we're wanting to make sure we have the infrastructure in place for county use if need be.
So we'll need them at Tilly to
Yes.
charge the electric rolling stock that we purchase for public works use. We'll need one close to the sheriff if the sheriff's considering electric cars. We've got a couple out here for our fleet vehicles.
So it sounds like the locations are gonna be targeted at our needs. Not like, oh, here's where the most cars
To-
go by,
to
that the public
start-
needs it in Pacific and Sleater-Kinney. We're gonna be trying to meet our needs as we convert to an electric.
Right, and
fleet.
these are all going to be installed on county property. This is not a public effort, if you will.
Mhm.
If it was, it would be a project that Public Works was.
Well,
Thanks, Robin.
I guess on that whole thing, my perspective is, I don't know where this direction came from. I don't recall voting on it, but I can't vote to give free fuel, because that's what it is. It's actually mostly produced by a coal-fired plant somewhere, probably in Montana or something. To give free fuel to just anybody willy-nilly that wants to pull in here and plug in. I mean, I don't recall ever voting on that issue or determining that that was what we were gonna do. So I'm gonna be pushing that we not move forward on this until we figure that all out. That's the one commissioner's perspective.
So you did not give that direction, but a prior board did.
Well, then I'm willing to challenge that,
Yeah.
or whatever it takes, because I don't think that's fair.
Because
for
the
public
charging
use.
station that we have in the parking lot just out here that is intended for public use was directed to be put there by a prior board.
Okay, well,
So.
I think that's a
we've got-
fraudulent use of public money myself.
Well, and again, we've got a public purpose, so we can talk about that. We probably shouldn't take time today to bog down on this item, although this is your opportunity, so we can have this on the facility plan. And as we've said, this is a plan, and we would not go forward with any particular project on this plan without the approval of the board. So it's here if we want to go forward and we can have this conversation. If it wasn't here, we couldn't even contemplate moving on it.
I have no problem with the county vehicles and how we would maintain and fuel those, that's not an issue. But I take serious issue with giving away county resources to a select few that are rich enough to buy an electric car.
So conversation regarding the scope.
Pardon?
So I said, so we'll have additional conversation regarding the scope of that project.
Exactly.
So it's beyond,
Okay.
because what I hear you saying, Commissioner Edwards, is that you're supportive of having the infrastructure in place for county operations, for county equipment,
Yes,
but you're not, you want to talk about, or you're not supportive of going beyond that.
yes, that's right. I'm not opposed to if they plug in and get charged the same as everybody. But for the poor citizen out there that can't afford $60,000 cars, I don't want him being penalized, or that person being penalized.
So we'll make note of it, it's just the scope.
And I will add, we included this on here also with that, but we've looked into and continue to look into grant opportunities for putting in electric vehicle charging stations. Some of those grant opportunities are dependent upon them being accessible to the public. So that's something we'll have to keep into consideration.
But it's all public money.
Yes.
And I'm dead set against giving away public money to rich people.
Well, that will be a part of the conversation with your teammates moving down the road. Because I think it's two elements of every project. Is building the infrastructure, which is this project is planning to do, building the infrastructure. And the other conversation needs to be how we need to operate. And the operational is part of the financial aspect.
Well, even the infrastructure, I'm opposed to building an infrastructure that gives away. I got drafted 57 years ago to fight the communists. I don't want to fight a communist philosophy here today.
I'm not arguing with your point, Commissioner. What I'm saying is you have two seatmates that you need to have an argument with.
Yeah, I'm willing to do it.
So I
Whenever I
would
get a
like to stop
chance.
right here because nobody is bringing a communist philosophy to the table today. Let's move because we know this will need to be a conversation before we go any farther in this project. I'm asking for the board's approval to leave this in the CIP and let's talk about the next controversial
Okay,
project.
I'm gonna just say then, until we get this figured out about, are we going that route?
We
to
will
give it
not
away,
take another step
I'm
until
not
we
in
come to
favor
the
of doing
board
it.
on this. Yep, but it's in the plan.
But I'm all
So
in
we can have
favor
the
of doing it for the county fleet.
All right, so
So
yeah, we
the
got
next
plan.
project,
Yeah, so there is a project
Yes.
that is not on this page that I do want to bring up with the board, and that is the countywide security project that is currently on pause. We do have that in the plan. I will be putting in the midterm budget adjustment, the additional funding needed to do the project. The project is outlined on page 148 of this plan. And this is the project where we need to install things like door access control and card key systems, duress alarms and mass notification systems, security camera systems, intrusion detection systems, and structural modifications to enhance physical security in buildings that are not 1 through 4, because we already completed buildings 1 through 4.
Robin, question. This is the one where we reviewed over the budget amendment that we did not pass, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So the bid came in much higher than the budget, and the board has directed me to put that on pause. I've received comments from some of the officials at these buildings, in particular TCOM 911, that they are concerned about the delay in this project, and I will bring that to you at a different time, but this is a project we'll continue talking about. All right, so go ahead, Jason.
We had hoped to have that under construction this year, so.
And include a lot of security improvements at Tilly campus as well.
Yes. So, next up, we have the upcoming projects. I will add that this does not, the slides do not cover every project that's on your table. This is just kind of overview of the bigger projects. So, first up, we have the IT room upgrades at the correctional facility. That system is at the end of its life. Maintenance costs are high right now to keep it operational. And it's a very, very important system. If we have failure of the IT equipment, or if we have failure of the HVAC equipment in there, we'll have overheating issues, which could affect the IT equipment, which would affect the safety of the jail camera systems, the door access, all of that. So that's a very high priority system that we want to get replaced here soon.
What are we talking about as far as money?
300,000.
300,000 is our estimate.
And is this the one they approved out of detention sales tax? Those were cameras.
Those are cameras,
Yeah.
yes. So this would be paid for out of building reserves. We have the money in building reserves. It'll be replaced with a energy efficient system, so we'll also see some cost savings in the electrical cost at the jail.
Do we have enough funding on building reserves for this?
Yes, we do.
And,
For this particular facility, yes.
okay, and then, but we wouldn't use any detention sales tax just because it would be lower, or?
We've saved this money for the purpose of maintaining this building.
Okay.
It's an appropriate use.
Perfect, okay.
Are we supposed to talk about these one by one as we go?
You're welcome to, I'm going to leave the way the meeting words run up to the chair.
Oh, jeez. Well, yeah, I have general questions, and if you have general questions about specific projects, then I feel
So
okay to ask.
I serve on the climate steering committee for the county, and 62% of our greenhouse gas emissions in Thurston County are building systems, heating and cooling, which is like double what it is in other counties, just based on our energy profile and PSC, et cetera. So anytime I see a replacement of an energy system, I have to make sure that we evaluate whether or not phasing fossil fuel out of that system upgrade at the time we're doing other upgrades is feasible or cost effective. So, and unless it's just exorbitantly not cost effective, I'm going to be insisting on that. So I don't know if this falls into that category, since you're talking about failure of a current cooling system and a new energy efficient system, but new build, the legislature required any new building of this size to do it. They haven't required retrofits yet, but we should be leading the way as a government, because we have to get these systems, replaced.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's part of the scoping of this project or how we go about that.
We'll definitely keep that in mind moving forward. As you stated, I'm aware of the, what is it called? Not the clean air, but the standards changing moving forward. So that's something in the next few years we'll be bringing to the board quite a bit. It currently does not affect any of our buildings size-wise. Like you said, it's new buildings, but there is a timeline for based upon square footage when we have to be energy compliant. So that'll be something that we'll be bringing forward to you moving forward on a lot of projects.
I'm just saying, I want to see, I don't care if the law says we have to do it. I want to see what the possibility is to do it, even if it's above and beyond the minimum standard of the new laws, so.
As a follow-up on that, I mean, my concern is, following up on what Commissioner Menser said, is being able to weigh the cost differentiation between, at some point, if it's break even, okay, if it protects the environment and it doesn't cost much more, okay, but if it is too costly, and for an example, it's an electric conversion or something like that, And we're depending on electricity produced in a coal-fired plant in Montana or whatever.
Which won't be by 2030.
Well, maybe,
Based on the
maybe,
Clean Energy
maybe,
Commission.
maybe not. There's been a big change. I see Germany's going back to coal-fired plants right now. So anyway, there's situations that develop. So I want to make sure that there's a balance there. So I'm with Commissioner Menser, kind of to a degree, I guess, at some point. We don't know where that point is yet, though. We'll have a discussion. Thank you.
Speaking of that, there are several models related to energy efficiency. And on Friday, on your planning session, I do have an item, because we have received a couple of proposals as to how we can probably use county facilities to install solar panels. That's a model which the financial component needs to be discussed. So I'll walk the board through on Friday what those proposals are. And I'll provide my 2 cents on that one at that time.
I would just point out when that happens, when that discussion happens, I think the Tenino School District did something very similar to what you're talking about. It's turned out pretty beneficial for them.
Okay, in the interest of time, we should probably move along.
I'll go to our next slide. That's the video court booths. This is ARPA funded. We have a cost estimate of $800,000. This will add additional hearing spaces in the dorm rooms. Currently, there are only 2 areas they can have court hearings or any virtual hearings, so this will add an additional 4 spaces in all the dorms at the jail.
And how much is that gonna cost?
$800,000 is what we've dedicated towards it from ARPA.
Which
So
ARPA
it's a-
bucket is this from?
So this is,
Safety issue, I guess.
right, it's its own bucket. We had set aside anticipating this because when there's an outbreak in the jail, they shut down and it shuts down the court system. So this will enable, even in times of outbreaks, they'll be able to continue to make court appearances.
You don't need to
their
argue the value. But my argument, my question is was this considered by us when we were laying the buckets out? Or are you
Yes.
saying, no, this is 800,000, we gotta take it away from one of our other buckets?
Nope, this was considered, and it's been on the list for a year now, so.
And
it's
ARPA
already
funding is.
in ARPA funding. Yep, I earmarked this early on.
And when we get past this someday, it can still be used.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be benefit both ways.
Exactly, it's gonna
Awesome.
have long-term benefit.
We'll go through the ARPA funds tomorrow.
Yeah, that's. All right,
More detail.
next.
Next, we have the secure parking at the jail facility. They currently, for jail staff, they do not have secure parking. It's been a major concern of those. So this will provide a safe area for staff entering and leaving. It will be card access only. Estimated cost of $200,000, which will be covered by building reserves. And I will add, all these projects that are funded by building reserves, there is enough money available in reserves to cover them. We won't deplete any of the funds completely.
Are people getting attacked in the jail parking lot or?
There was a lot of concerns, especially a year and a half, 2 years ago during the riots and whatnot around town. There was a lot of safety concerns and confrontations and whatnot with jail staff. So next up, we have the Tilly Pump House repairs. Some of the equipment out there at the current pump house is original to the site. So it's past its lifespan and it's also not energy efficient. It also does not quite cover the size of the buildings. So we will make use of the existing design. We will add larger pressure tanks to the system and whatnot. This has an estimated cost of $150,000.
I was gonna say, I wasn't gonna argue 150.
My guys are efficient.
Oh. It was $150.
All right, you checked that one.
So, next we have a project that you're all familiar with and is in the works. This is the Thurston County infrastructure upgrades with the estimated cost of $50 million. This will include some reconfiguration of the buildings, repairs to some of the infrastructure to extend the lifespan of this complex.
Another one where I'll want to see what we can do about improving the
Yes.
heating, because I saw on the scope that there's gonna have to be improvements to those systems.
Yes.
Even though we're not just changing the walls. These buildings are so old and out of date that, so now might be the time to invest in.
We've already begun, we had a conversation with an ESCO, I can't tell you what that stands for, but it's energy efficient systems. There was a potential for funding. We've decided to not use the funding, but we're absolutely looking at those types of considerations.
Next up, we have, with board approval, the Mottman Complex remodel. This is currently in design. The first phase of this remodel will be Building 1, which houses the ballot processing center. This will provide them with with space to meet their needs for the presidential elections and allow them to add more vote counting equipment. So the estimated cost, we did pre-design of all three buildings, was just under $10 million. So that is why you see the $10 or $10 million amount on there. We'll have a more exact amount when we're done with design for phase
Also-
1.
Right, this is only phase 1. We will eventually need to address the other two buildings.
And the
I
funding?
thought that's go ahead,
No,
sorry.
no, you're the chair.
I was gonna say, going back to my earlier question, are the ballot processing counting machines part of the capital facilities upgrade, or are they separate operating stuff?
Well, I haven't looked at those in particular. And the amount of money that we have here wouldn't cover the ballot processing machines in addition to the work that we have to do on the structure. So we're going to, I know that Mary is actively seeking grant funding for these machines. We can look at the equipment fund that she has specifically for voting equipment. But are they part of the facility? They could be as a piece of equipment that is necessary for the operation of the structure.
And then does this item, as it's, I know this is just a PowerPoint slide or whatever, but is this item as it's in the program broad enough to allow for us to do that? You know, the whole rule that you can't
Yes.
purchase
Yes.
things that you didn't have in your capital facilities plan.
The capital facility plan, I mean, when you read these projects, they are high level and very broad. And they allow us, they say, this is the project. It doesn't go down to, I'm gonna put studs here and I'm gonna put a bolt over there and this is where the chair is gonna go and I'm gonna buy a printer. It never goes to that level of detail. And those are all allowable, even though they're not specifically called out.
Commissioner Evans?
Actually, on both the $50 million and the $10 million, you didn't mention what fund. You said earlier that you had building reserve funds to cover all the other stuff. I don't think you do for this.
The $50 million is the bond money that we're bringing in that will be repaid out of REIT. And Mottman, we are looking at REIT.
REIT 1, REIT 2,
REIT 1 is the only REIT
On
that we
both of
can
these?
use for these facilities, for
REIT-
county-owned
REIT one.
facilities.
and on this one, the $10 million is REIT 1 as
We're
well.
looking at REIT.
And grants, as Robin stated.
And, yeah, and
Auditor
grants.
Hall's.
Okay, and then on
Yes,
looking
Mary
at
is
grants.
aggressively looking for grants.
an issue that's been brought up is the fund itself, the REIT fund having adequate balance, because aren't we using the REIT fund to pay for the $5.6 million loan?
Yes, it will need to be used to pay back the loan next year. We need to pay the loan back.
And so is that gonna leave adequate funding to do what you wanna
At
do?
this point in time, I would say yes. In our most recent financial plan that I presented to the board, there is sufficient funds to cover these things.
I don't remember the payback portion being in there, but it was.
It is.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Oh,
It was,
yeah,
No, that's
it's
fine.
been,
No, good.
If you like, we can give you the REIT one financial plan again.
Well, it's gonna come up, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jason, my question was that $10 million price tag is for the whole Mottman complex remodel, not just building one?
only the first building for the ballot center.
Because didn't we vote to only allow the first building to be?
Yeah, I thought so
So-
too, but I thought the 10 million price tag was
So
for
you-
like
you-
the three
we-
buildings.
The board got a briefing related to the $10 million, how much it's gonna cost, build on one. And the board didn't feel comfortable at this point to release all the $10 million. So you authorize to begin the engineering and the design with the hope to narrow down the scope, to determine the actual cost. And then we'll come back to the board to ask for a release of the construction.
Right, but again-
That's where we are.
The 10 million, only building one,
Yeah, only building one.
the other two buildings will be an additional cost.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I thought it was 10 million for the three buildings.
It's just building
Just
one.
the elections building.
Okay.
So another project we have is the ESC UPS upgrades. We've had failures with that system over there. We're currently in design with that system. This will replace a approximately 20-year-old system. We're also working with TCOM on this to look at having a redundant system in place. The replacement of the original system will be paid for by building reserves also. We have a $500,000 estimate.
What's the ES?
ESC is the Emergency
Emergency
Services
Services.
Center, and that's where TCOM 911 operates out on Pacific.
And my question here is, how come some of that equipment isn't part of their responsibility?
If we go above and beyond replacement of the original equipment, the original UPS does not only provide service to TCOM, it also provides service to the Medic One side. So it is the building UPS. If we go above and beyond replacement of that original system, then the cost will
That
be,
system does what again, the UPS?
it,
Uninterrupted power supply.
So it's a generator.
It is like a big.
it maintains power from the time the site loses power until the
I
generator
thought we
takes
just
over.
addressed that here.
No, we
recently.
did a temporary fix
Yes.
over a year ago when the 911 had a blackout period. And that was a critical issue that we replaced, and Jason was totally on the spot to fix and put a temporary solution to that. This creates a permanent solution. And why is this in your capital facilities plans? Because we own the building.
But are we required to have the equipment to keep the forever electric going? Is that part of our
Absolutely.
contract?
Yeah, we're in a lease agreement.
Part of the,
Lease
yeah,
agreement.
it's part of our lease agreement. And so the money that pays for this, it's coming out of building reserve, but the money that was paid into building reserve was the rates paid by TCOM 911 and Medic One. So the ultimate source of the funding are those funds.
Okay.
The last project I have a slide on is the Tilly Sky Bridge repairs. This was delayed due to staffing reasons. We didn't have a project manager. The current sky bridge between all three buildings out there is rusting, so we want
And
to.
crumbling.
Yes. So.
It's not very old, is it?
It was that emphasis on it?
Just saying.
That was previous to my time here. I do not believe it's very old, but I can't speak to the exact date of installation.
I think Scott had.
I think it's-
Did you just go like this or were you?
Oh,
Oh. It's just like being in an auction.
Yes, Scott, it's your turn.
I believe the Tilly campus was built in about 2014 before settle.
And so things are going haywire out there
2012.
already on the infrastructure.
2012.
Okay, so it's about 10 years old, was my guesstimate. So yes, it's as Jennifer stated, it's starting to crumble and it's rusting in quite a few places.
Is this a cosmetic thing or a functional thing?
Both. It's cosmetic, but also if we don't make the repairs now, it's going to continue to deteriorate and at some point we'll have to replace it.
Can't use Rust-Oleum on it, just paint it.
For a start.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we get our paint before you guys get your paint? Our building's like,
We're trying to
Yeah.
prevent Tilly
So-
from becoming.
The next page is the complete list of capital facility projects. You will see that the mansard roofs are on this list. We actually looked for someone to do that project and we could find no bidders.
This year.
We've
what about the
reached out
citizens
to,
who came in and offered to do it for free?
They're not interested,
Not interested.
not even to be paid. They're not interested.
we've reached out to multiple vendors, myself and Chris Helmer, and they've came and looked at it and that was the last we heard from them.
Yeah, so we tried to upgrade these buildings, because we know it'll be a little while. It doesn't hurt to spend $1 million just to make them look nicer, but we know it'll be a little while before all of the improvements are made to this campus.
Why is that? And, I know that right now it's really hard to get, but is there a specific thing about our roof besides it not looking very well? Is there something that kind of turns them away?
From giving us pricing on it?
Yeah.
Staffing reasons was one reason they said, but also the difficulty of it.
Oh.
Because of having to contain all the material they remove from it when they pressure wash, that was a major concern because they can't just let it fall on the ground, and just the height of the buildings and all that was one of the.
How come they can't let it fall on the ground? So it's toxic?
They can't let it go into the stormwater system.
Water quality.
How do you argue with that?
Okay, it's 10:47. I see that Parks and Trails was next. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
And you will have the option to work
9:04 a.m. and we left off with Parks and Trails Project and handing this off to Ed and Jennifer.
Yes, thank you. So just a couple of items, just to note that the projects that you're going to see, we're showing what's been constructed, what we're planning to get constructed this year, and then new projects that we're proposing get added to the capital facilities plan. As you know, with the current kind of climate, bidding climate, our projects, we're still evaluating the cost increases with respect to inflation. So you won't see some of those numbers. That'll be a part of more of that budget process. So it's more about the projects. And so you will we anticipate you'll be seeing these projects over the next couple of years in terms of construction if we're moving forward with them. So with that, Mr. Marson.
I'll take it. All right, good morning. My name is Ed Marson. I'm the Parks and Trails Maintenance and Operations Manager. And this morning I'll be discussing Parks and Trails projects with you. All Parks and Trails capital projects are required to be listed in the CIP regardless of project scope, as they are all funded by REAP, Real Estate Excise Tax, specifically REAP 2, or Park Impact Fees. Parks and Trails projects are designated or are designed to complete required infrastructure repairs, add capacity to existing facilities, and reduce required maintenance cost. These projects are selected based upon system needs, citizen input, funding availability, level of service, and professional judgment. Parks and Trails projects that were completed in 2022 so far. We have the beautiful Deschutes Falls Viewpoint and Walkway project. I don't know if you've had a chance to get out there and see that, but it turned out wonderful. I suggest that we all go check it out, and it really kind of raises up that platform off the muck and mud of the cascading water that would flow down to get into that river there. It's a beautiful project and gives you a really beautiful view. I think it turned out wonderful. And then also the Chehalis Western Trail culvert replacement, which replaced 2 failing culverts with a prefabricated bridge and allowed for enhanced fish passage. And this is near that Latigo Street fish passage. It's like a tongue twister project. So Parks and Trails projects that are up for construction and completion in 2022. Currently under construction and scheduled to be completed this year is the Burfoot Park Restroom Replacement Project. Burfoot Park is one of the county's most visited parks, and this project will construct a new restroom in the upper lawn area near the playground and replace the existing outdated restroom near the lower parking lot. The new restrooms will allow for increased capacity, meet ADA requirements, and reduce maintenance cost. The first new restroom up near the playground is currently under construction. We still have the existing restroom open for use. Once the new facility is complete, they will open that up to the public and demolish the old existing restroom and replace that one. Slated for construction later this year and to be completed in 2023, we have the Kennydale Park Restroom Improvement Project that will replace the existing 50-plus-year-old restroom near the lodge with a new ADA compliant building. The new prefabricated restroom will meet ADA requirements, reduce maintenance costs, and provide increased safety by reorienting the direction that the doors face. Additionally, a new ADA parking stall will be constructed, new LED lighting will be installed, and approximately 300 square feet of sidewalk will be replaced. Next, we have scheduled for construction later this year is the Chehalis Western Trail at 41st Avenue Northeast Trailhead Project. This project will construct a 19-stall parking lot that will provide safe, off-street parking and trail access, as well as it will help minimize the amount of trail users who currently park on the shoulders of local county roads. The new parking lot will connect the trail via a paved walkway. Additional features include a lockable entrance gate, storm drainage with a drainage pond, and landscape improvements. Our ongoing Trails and Parks and Trails programs, we have the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Acquisition Program. And while Parks is not actively seeking to purchase property, we have this program on the CIP in a position to potentially take advantage of any unexpected opportunities that may arise, such as new trail connections or park expansions that might connect the trails. We also have the Trail Surface Rehabilitation Program. This program will implement a system to proactively and efficiently schedule maintenance and repairs on all county-owned paved multi-use trails. We just currently finished our first section of that this week. We repaved approximately 850 feet of the Yelm Rainier Tenino, just northeast of Rainier between Mankey Road and Tipsy Road. And this was done thanks in part to the road operations staff who were able to schedule this in anticipation of the Seattle to Portland bike ride that is happening this weekend and will bring approximately 8,000 riders through that section of the Yelm Rainier Tenino Trail. So we're pretty fortunate to have had that done. It looks great. It should be a great surface for them to ride across. Our trails are currently being assessed and rated for, we are currently assessing and rating our trails for future resurfacing, trying to get out proactively and schedule those in a fashion that prevents them from being in poor condition. We want to catch them before they're in poor condition with root heave or any other type of breakage that may happen.
Would that include the root intrusion?
Absolutely, yes, root heave, and that was a big portion of what we just replaced. Was there was a lot of cottonwoods, and cottonwoods can come from 100 feet, and you can't see the tree, but their roots are out there creating damage, which then, it decreases mobility for bicyclists, people of all ages who may not be able to traverse that. Yeah, runner, yes, there you go.
Turned ankles.
Turned ankles.
Well, and this is a new program that the board funded out of the last budget.
Right.
And then last, we have the Parks and Trails Improvements and Development Program. This program covers major maintenance or unexpected repairs for park facilities and infrastructure that cannot be planned for. So this concludes my overview of the Parks and Trails CIP projects and programs. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Munster?
Do we have like properties that are not parks, but they're like, future parks or whatever. There's one on Cougar Point, there's one on Black Lake. So who manages, some of those are forested, who has the expertise or how do we manage or monitor those properties that we're responsible for, that we own? Is that you?
Yes, sir. So what we kind of build those into our routines, and we're out there checking those properties periodically to the best, and we sometimes are not able to get every small parcel. There's quite a few parcels. I don't have the exact number of parcels or acreage, but we do try to get out there and check those things multiple times a year just to make sure that there are no, liability issues or danger trees that may need to be taken care of. But we also have neighbors to most of these properties that are pretty good at calling in and letting us know if there's something that doesn't look right. They come in and we get out there and try to assess that and make sure that those are taken care of.
So we don't have any, because I heard that Kitsap County, for example, I don't know what all they've got, but they've got like a forester and so it doesn't sound like we have anything that requires or that we actively manage in that way, selectively cutting trees and I think they get revenue by very low level selective forestry because they have big tracts of land. Nothing like that in Thurston County, right?
Not as a part of the Parks and Trail program. I would add that we are just finishing up on a complete inventory of all of the property, because for whatever reason over the years, there has been a lot of property that has been granted, given to parks. And so we're assessing those parcels and determining, are we holding them for future development? Are they integral to our current operations? Or do we need to be recommending that the board surplus and sell those and get those back into?
When are we gonna hear that?
That's, gosh, I don't want to commit too soon, but that's our property management program, Scott. So would you say?
We're hoping to get the first parcels to the point of making a decision surplus this year.
But do you have a list of those properties already?
Yep.
I mean, could
And
we-
inspections.
Could we see that list?
Absolutely.
It will be a briefing to the board on that.
Right, and Central Services is doing the same thing. It turns
There's a
out
lot
we
of
own quite a few properties that, could conceivably be surplus.
Does that list include tax something that the treasurer
It
was
is
trying
not
to?
the tax
Is it-
title
those are
properties,
county-owned?
these
That's
are
it.
county-owned
Okay.
They
through
have donated,
whatever.
but just to, put some little brackets on the expectations. Some of the properties, they have been donated to parks. Those are very small properties along the way. Over time, they have given small properties. I think, whether any of those have a potential value, we just have to see.
Oh, yeah, in no way was I trying to infer that we had some cash cow coming. So if I
Just want to make sure.
conveyed that, I apologize.
There is a lot of small properties, they have been donated to parks. And it was an active, at that point, open door to receive property. It was the small properties, didn't bring any value, but created a lot of at least risk from the county's point of view, and they have to maintain it.
Then I'm gonna have to go out and fall trees on it.
No chainsaw, Commissioner.
10-cent solution.
But we've also updated our procedures that just because someone quitclaims something to the county, there has to be an acceptance from the board
Right.
of that property. And that wasn't in place before, and we have that in place now, so.
That's been around a while, but not always followed.
We got a lot of property that was just given to us that
We
wasn't
do.
accepted, so.
We absolutely do. And then a lot of the property that we own has strings. So like there are pieces that prior boards wanted to sell, but it turns out that contribution from the RCO made that impossible. So we've got to look at every property, not just in the sense, does Thurston County want to keep it, but what are the ramifications?
There's a beautiful property on Cooper Point.
That's exactly the one I was
Beautiful,
thinking
beautiful
of,
property,
yes.
and at some point, the board wanted to see the opportunity to surplus.
Nope, can't.
The RCO provided that for properties.
Yep. So,
So I would add, one of the questions that you had during the tip had to do with the trail connectivity project and the funding that the board designated for that. And so we are in the planning phase of that and looking at what are some existing corridors that we already have for trail connectivity. How can we take the strategies that we already have in place where we're adding capacity to our existing infrastructure, to our existing improvements, so we can not only use that money, but leverage it also with our park impact fee money. So we have a couple of ideas that we're working through that we will be coming forward to the board for consideration.
I have a question, a follow-up to, in terms of what you just said, Jennifer, and it's, didn't TRPC do like a study for trails and they kind of laid out some, not priorities, but they laid out some projects? Are we going to be following that at all and kind of coming up with this new program, or are we going to be going through?
No, these are aligned with that. These are a part, we've got parks, trails that are incorporated into that larger regional,
Yeah.
here are all of the trails in the region.
Okay. Okay.
So in 2023, on the last presentation, we kind of went through what's coming up, and here, should I be looking at, on this chart, should I be looking at the ones in black that are in design as the ones that are most likely gonna be up for moving forward in 2023? Because this is just a list of everything, this is the wish list, right? So my question is, what out of this wish list should we expect to see moving? Is that what you said at the beginning, we don't know if we have any money to do anything? Or is it these black ones are gonna move forward, or is it something else?
Well, the ones that are in black are in design, so those will be getting designed. What I was talking about was the trail connectivity, and that's still what we're in the planning phase and looking at some possible options so that we can actually have something constructed.
Right,
With the
no, I'm not asking
All
about
of
that.
the entire column for 2023
Yeah.
is what the board will be asked to approve as part of your 2023 budget. All of those items.
All of them,
Yeah,
so it's not just a wish list.
the whole
This is the planning list of projects.
2.246, and these are the projects we're gonna try to do in 2023.
Some of them have already, because we do project-based
Some of them will be
budgeting,
gone,
some of them have
yeah.
already been
So we're starting.
approved.
Yeah.
So I think all of them have been approved. We're not asking for any additional ones.
Anything that's not in black is probably in,
Well, because it's not shaded as closeout, it's not in dark as construction, so I assumed the ones in white were just like wish list, because they haven't even started, because of the way you've got the code on the bottom.
No, so like the Chehalis Western Trail, the 41st Avenue Trailhead, we're constructing that. So the $10,000 is for project closeout in 2023.
So this, you're not following the key you've got at the bottom of the page.
It's not shaded on mine either, yeah.
Okay, so ignore that.
At this point, yes, because it's too early in the process.
So some of these are just trailing off from previous, like Burfoot and Kennydale.
Correct. So when we were showing, here are the projects that we have planned for construction, obviously the board's already approved those, and that's where,
I remember Fry Cove
so we have
Lawn.
no projects that we're asking to be added this year to the CIP for parks and trails.
Okay, so that's why.
Like you've got a $375,000 project down here. Where's the bottom?
that's their acquisition program.
Placeholder.
That will
And that's
allow
just,
us,
that's just in case something comes up, it doesn't mean we're gonna spend the money, right?
that's exactly right.
And then the $1 million one is for what, maintenance or? I mean, if those two things are the big piece of that 2.2.
Right. It can't be simply maintenance because I'm not sure about impact fees, but I can tell you REIT cannot be used for maintenance.
Well, that
One more- one more.
$1,025,000 is the trail connectivity. That's the money that the board,
That's the Let's Connect. So we've got to identify exactly what those projects are, but that's so you can go forward with them.
Or not.
Or not, yep, totally up to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Hope you have a speedy rest of the day.
Stick around, you can have lunch or two.
That's right.
I may.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Okay, now who's in the hot seat? Looks like Tim.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Tim Wilson, Water Resources Manager with Public Works. Also, over my left shoulder, I brought in a couple ringers from Public Works. I brought in Joe Plahuta and Nate Ensley, both Senior Water Resource Engineers who are here to answer any technical questions that may
Do
come
they
up.
want to sit up here? That way the microphone catches them if they
Sure.
pop up.
You guys don't talk to our hydrologist?
Oh, Kevin.
If not, keep talking, Stevie.
I feel so supported now. This is fantastic. Yeah. So we're going to start out talking about the water and sewer utilities projects, and then Nate is going to roll into the stormwater utility after that. So the water and sewer utilities projects that were previously approved by the board, those projects are designed to provide safe, reliable drinking water for our customers and to preserve the environmental health of our community by effectively treating wastewater prior to discharge. The projects are often selected to meet state and federal regulatory requirements and to meet service demand. As a reminder, the water and sewer utilities serve roughly 812 households or businesses in 4 separate communities throughout the county. Next slide, please. So we had one capital project that was completed in 2021. That project was in our Boston Harbor community, and that was an electrical upgrade project. Within that project, we updated outdated electrical components, which were contributing to interruptions with the plant processes out there. Next slide.
When you talk about electrical, do you have a generator out there?
We have a generator, which we're going to speak about here in a few minutes.
Okay.
Absolutely. So 2 projects that we hope to complete or substantially complete in 2022 within the systems. We have our countywide SCADA systems upgrade, and as a reminder, SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. It's really the brains of our system out there. It provides communication between the different components of the system. That upgrade will be countywide. We'll be doing some of those upgrades at various plants. They replace outdated control systems. They improve the remote operating capabilities for each facility. So we have on-call operators. This is going to assist with their ability to respond from home during outages and to alarms that we may encounter. This is a rate-funded project, and the estimated cost is $200,000. Next slide. And speaking of generator, we are hoping to complete in 2022 a replacement of the Boston Harbor generator. As you mentioned, Commissioner Edwards, we need to have an auxiliary power source for these facilities. We need 24/7, 365 day a year operation. So we are working to replace the generator at Boston Harbor. This is both a rate and REIT funded project, and the estimated cost was $500,000 for this project. I would say that staff has recently become aware of an opportunity to perhaps utilize a surplus generator that was no longer serving the needs of solid waste. It was a bit undersized, but seems to be a perfect fit for this utility and could have some ability to be transportable and serve Tamishan as well. We are in the last legs of doing a feasibility study. It looks very promising, and if successful, that would likely reduce the cost down to a little bit over $100,000. So a significant reduction within that project.
What does that generator do? So if power goes out, what is it expected to do?
So we have an automatic transfer switch at the facility, so when line power goes down, that kicks on the generator, transfer switch switches over, generator powers the facility, and that powers, as far as loads we have out there, we have our supervisory control and data acquisition system, a number of pumps and blowers and other pieces of equipment necessary to run the wastewater plant.
Right there on the site?
It's on the site, correct. And the
Yeah.
unit that is existing is a stationary unit. The unit that we'd be procuring from solid waste, if feasible, is a trailer mounted unit, so it would be transported.
And how many KWs are you
The existing generator is 90 kW, the proposed generator is 150.
But you actually use 90 kW out there? You need that much for Boston Harbor?
If you run all of your motor loads simultaneously and start your motor load simultaneously, yes. In reality, we're probably only using 75% of that capacity currently. Now, one of the items we wanted to address with the upgrade is being able to meet future nutrient permit requirements, which may require additional treatment. So we wanted the generator to be sized to accommodate additional loads associated with
And what's your fuel source?
diesel fuel.
On both?
On both.
Currently, and do you have some kind of rotation program in place to keep the
So
diesel from gelling or?
we exercise the generators regularly. So they're started and run fuel through them, and then our fleet service rigs come out and refill the diesel fuel periodically.
But do they change it out sometimes?
We don't change it out, we just run it, and so we draw that tank down, we get fresh fuel in there. And we keep the generator and the fluid service that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. I'm very glad you did. Okay, so those are the two projects that are scheduled for 2022. We're going to talk about upcoming 2023, 2024 projects next. First is the Grand Mound Clarifier number 2 rebuild and recoding project. This project, we've taken a step back to incorporate some safety improvements and some additional items within this project. But this is a project that is necessary for continued operation and expansion of the system within Grand Mound. It is an NPDES permit required project, rate funded, currently estimated at about $135,000. If you look at the slide, that is the clarifier, and the clarifier is basically the last stage of the treatment process within a wastewater treatment system. So that we'll be looking at in 2023. The next two projects are both related to Grand Mound and both related to potential expansion within that system and are designed to accommodate growth within that service area. I will say we are also taking a step back on these projects and using the Grand Mound wastewater facility plan that Creighton Osborne is currently working on. The board authorized that earlier this year to take a good holistic look at that system to develop a wastewater facility plan and to look at some interpretations of from ecology previously that tied us to project number 2, which is the Grand Mound wastewater Class A reclamation project. So we're conducting a study, or having our consultants conduct a study to make sure our scope is accurate for these two projects.
And are we using any ARPA money on either one of these?
Not for these two projects, Commissioner.
And I guess I'd ask why. I guess if in the end we're going to have some ARPA money left, I think.
That was not part of the initial conversation with the board, but certainly that continues to be an option for the board to change.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking about future projects yet to be determined, possibly that we would be spending the money here, that we could spend ARPA money instead and then do a project down the road that's not eligible for ARPA money. So anytime we can make an expenditure, carry our government process out, I think is worth looking at.
Yeah, and I think you're bringing a good point. Without elaborating too much on the ARPA funds, tomorrow is going to be a briefing related to that.
Okay.
There's going to be opportunities for the board because the rate of expenditure of the ARPA funds may be an issue. So that will put the board in a position to, change those set asides that you put in place.
So besides any changes, just going back to what our original set-asides were, I don't see any project here that is shown to be funded by ARPA. So what were we planning to
You see them
fund?
on this list.
They're not gonna happen before 2025?
They have to be completed by 2026.
So why aren't those projects on here? Or as Commissioner Edwards said, these projects dedicated to the ARPA, one of the two? We don't wanna run out of time if we've got all these big projects.
Maybe you can touch base on the table as to what those projects.
Like, what's the thought, I wanna know, what's the thought process behind what projects were allocated to the ARPA set aside that we allocated?
The thought process was what we could get constructed in time.
Mhm.
And so Tamashan and Boston Harbor, right?
Yes.
And so we've already gotten approval from the board on those, so we're moving forward in the design phase of those. Yes, no?
Pre-design.
Pre-design. And so what we're highlighting is for the next 2, like, what's been completed and what new projects are being added to the CIP.
Because they-
So
they
these isn't saying that those things aren't gonna be starting construction.
Correct,
You're just giving us slides on the new things.
correct.
Okay, but this chart's gonna tell me that something that we were intending to spend is gonna still going forward on time.
Minus the numbers, yes, because it's just too early, we don't have the time to update that for the timing of this briefing. We just don't have.
But you'll highlight for me what projects those are.
Yes, and when we go through the budget process, the
Just for
numbers.
design though, because the board released only $300,000 for those projects out of the set aside.
Part
So,
of the
yeah, so-
conversation for
Part of
tomorrow,
the
yeah.
conversation, so only $300,000, and that's what the department has outlined in this table. The $300,000 the board approved. Just for design.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
We should probably add the rest of them.
Yeah, so that was my next question. If we were to kind of say, okay, this is how much we set aside, have at it, then would it make a difference in order to get those projects from design to construction and finalized?
And let me throw in just prioritize.
Yeah.
Maybe if we prioritize, we could get them done, even though you didn't think that you'd get it done and expended by a certain time. If we reprioritize, maybe we can make that happen. So,
I would say, yes, I would say we are following the direction of the board and what funds they allocated for us and doing the pre-design of that work. Certainly, if you want to give us more money, we are open arms to accepting. But we want to be mindful of what we can actually get done too, so.
Okay, Commissioner.
Just a small critique on this slide to say upcoming in 2023-24. Sounds like what this is upcoming new additions to projects for 2023 and 24. The way it's listed as upcoming in 23 and 24, I would have expected that these are the projects. But you're saying there are other projects upcoming in 2023, 24 that aren't here because you said the board's already dealt with them previously. So it's just it's unclear the way the titling is done.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can move forward to Tamashan, the next slide, that would be fantastic. So we're gonna switch out of those two projects in Grand Mound. We're gonna talk about a project that we expect in 2023-24 for Tamashan. This is the Tamashan Water Treatment Unit Process Assessment Upgrade. That's like saying fish passage.
Yeah.
And this is a project to address disinfection byproducts that are a result of chlorination in that system and some water quality from the aquifer that we're pulling out of that is a bit problematic when it comes to treatment and has resulted in some relatively high numbers. So we are looking to address that by drilling a new well out there that will be pulling from a different strata of water. This is a refunded project as well, and the estimated cost is $180,000 at this point.
I'm gonna call that new well.
Yes.
Instead of water treatment unit process assessment.
Yes,
That's a
Commissioner.
great suggestion.
Commissioner Mezzi, yeah, you pick up a good point. This project has evolved from a more of a water treatment oriented scope to let's just drill a new well and find better water.
Yeah, absolutely. And then lastly, just a continuation of an effort that has been going on now for a couple of years, and that is our asset management program within the utilities. As a reminder, this is, to map all of the inventory, horizontal and vertical assets within those water and sewer systems, include that into a database that we can then use to more proactively and efficiently manage our infrastructure, anticipate replacement times, those types of things. So we've made good progress. We will continue to work on that in the coming years. This is a rate and refunded effort, and the estimated cost at this time is $200,000.
This one kind of like on budget, or from what, I remember Jennifer kind of twisting our arm on this one and explaining to us why this was important, because we were all kind of scratching our heads. Is this what your cost estimate was, or?
Yes, and what I would also say is that we're not using REIT money for this. So thank you, Robin, for not jumping right, like, this is an adjustment. It should not be on here. It's not REIT. Everything that Tim said, though, in terms of the activities, spot on. It's not being funded by REIT. We got direction that is not an eligible expense, but the activities, what we're doing is spot on.
Very quick follow.
Go ahead, sir.
What's the difference between this, or is there a connection with the SCADA project on 38, page 38?
The asset management program?
Yeah.
The asset management.
Is there any connection to those two?
Yes.
I would say that SCADA is a sub of just an overall asset management. It is a project out of that program.
And I would say SCADA also allows us to collect data from each of our facilities that then inform how we manage those facilities. So think about SCADA as it's the brains of a treatment plant. We have instrumentation. The output from that instrumentation comes to this SCADA system, and then we make process control decisions based upon that. We also have the ability to archive that information and make operational maintenance and capital decisions based on that.
And if REIT's not eligible, then what is?
The water sewer rates.
Just all rates, so it says rate and REIT, but REIT's not, right?
Not for the planning component.
How about ARPA funds? How come? If there was ARPA there, could we use it? We're gonna have some excess money.
I don't know if ARPA will be eligible for a planning element. It has to be construction driven.
You gotta have a plan before you can have construction. I would think it'd be part and parcel, but
You could say that about REIT, but REIT specifically calls out this is not an eligible
well,
thing.
no, but maybe ARPA is all. That's all I'm saying.
But as Romero said, the ARPA water and sewer projects are under the infrastructure, and they have to be project specific.
Something in the ground.
Additional questions now that we're here? With that ground mound, going back to the ground mound wastewater treatment plan expansion of Class A, is that something tomorrow, if we have this additional funding, that could be used for that project instead of using REIT?
Yeah, it's a water project. I don't think that we've got we'll look, we
think
can
we're still
certainly
scoping
talk
out
about
that
it
project.
tomorrow. Timing might be a problem with this. But We could look. I don't know that you're gonna have 2.2 million in capacity.
Okay,
Perhaps the Tamashan, I mean, if there are excess ARPA funds, that is a project that should be ready to go in 2023. So, discussion.
I
So
think that
just
would
so,
be good to know for tomorrow is what projects are ready to go. That way we know how much money to release.
If you choose to do infrastructure projects
Yeah.
with the money.
Okay.
And along with that, we're gonna have a list of expenditures we've had in ARPA and where we're at with ARPA too.
That's exactly right.
That is the
You'll see
intent.
where you're at, where we think we're going, how much we think is gonna be, potential for unspent money, and then the steps we're taking to address those needs. We're not looking tomorrow for the board to decide what to do with the excess money.
I think it's gonna be a conversation also is gonna be related to some of the risks associated with the expenditure rate.
Yeah.
And those will translate into opportunities for the board to make adjustments. But perhaps tomorrow, may be too premature to make these adjustments because there's a lot of stuff moving forward in the system.
Right.
And one of them is the backlog of cases. I don't think it will be prudent for the board to just move funding out of that because the wheel is just start moving with the courts and the prosecutors' public defense, as an example. So more to come tomorrow on that.
But we'll make sure that we've gone through our projects and have those kind of earmarked as, depending on how much money we got, what we could move forward with and have constructed.
Right, in the meantime, I'm going to recommend that for those infrastructure projects that have been earmarked by the board for funding for ARPA, that we'll want to add the entire amount of ARPA to this form, if for no other reason because of the federal reports that I have to submit on the ARPA money.
When do you have to submit those?
The next one goes in about 2 weeks. So you
Just
and
let
I
us
can
know how
chat
much money.
offline. Yeah.
Okay.
After tomorrow, I'll have it.
Okay.
and then just lastly, the table, the takeaway is we have about 9.7 million earmarked over the 6-year planning period for, at this point, for capital projects within the utilities. Any additional questions on water and sewer utilities before we move on to stormwater?
Hey, good job on that generator finding enough.
We thought you would like that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, very good. So I would like to reintroduce Nate Ensley, who's going to lead the stormwater discussion.
Thanks, Tim. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Again, Nate Ensley here, Senior Water Resources Engineer, and I'm going to step us through our storm and surface water utility projects. And we can start on this slide here. So the storm.
We have some?
Yes, we do.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a few. I understand the comment.
Better for those that like my joke.
Too soon, it's too soon.
So our storm and surface water utility projects may be added to our CIP from several different avenues. One avenue would be from resident complaints. If Public Works receives repeated resident calls of concerns for things like flooding and erosion, staff adds the problem to a list of potential projects to consider. Another method to add projects to the list are from our operation and maintenance staff, bringing drainage challenges to the engineering team's attention. Third, some projects are selected based off studies such as the Woodard Creek Basin Study that resulted in a handful of water quality projects in the Woodard Creek Basin. Capital replacement projects may also be added to the list as legacy capital facilities reach their end of their service life. And next slide, please. So the utility constructed one project in 2021, which was the Woodland Creek Estates Stormwater Project. This project installed several water quality proprietary treatment devices to treat runoff prior to discharging into Woodland Creek. Woodland Creek is a 303D listed fish-bearing stream And the Woodland Creek Basin Plan recommended that local agencies evaluate stormwater retrofit opportunities to reduce pollutant loading. This project was storm and surface water rate funded and completed within the approved budget. Next slide, please.
What's a proprietary treatment device?
Yeah, so you've heard of terms like detention ponds and bioretentions. Those are facilities that we can construct, without having to go through a manufacturing process.
Mother Nature does the work.
A proprietary device would be prefabricated in some manufacturing facility and delivered on site. And it might have a pipe in and a pipe out. And all we have to do is tie those pipes to conveyance pipes outside of it, and it's ready to go to treat the flows. Does that answer your question? Okay, where were we? Manzanita Drive. So we're going to talk about projects slated for construction this year. It's July 13th, and we've already completed our first project, which is called Manzanita Drive Conveyance, which is located off Steamboat Island Road. It's kind of hard to see on the screens here, but as you can see from the progression pictures, there was a piped outfall that essentially collapsed, resulting in potential further erosion of the bluff along the shores of Eld Inlet. This project installed new piped infrastructure with a diffuser tee at the shore, and that's the project the picture on the right there. And staff anticipates that this will provide sufficient energy dissipation, reducing bluff erosion caused by county roadway runoff. This project was also completed within the approved budget. Next slide, please. Next, we have the Madrona Beach Road Northwest Vicinity retrofits. This project seeks to address water quality and conveyance challenges at 3 separate locations along Madrona Beach Road prior to runoff flowing into Mud Bay. 2 of the 3 locations will include improvements paid for by WashDOT through their impervious surface fees. As a heads up, the design team is currently reacting to an unforeseen hurdle related to necessary construction easements, and we may see this project get delayed until 2023.
Is that because of 101 going right there, right by there in close proximity?
Yep, so how it works is WashDOT pays the county an impervious surface fee, and there's an RCW that essentially says that when WashDOT pays us those fees, we have to make use of those fees to mitigate the adverse effects of runoff from WashDOT right away. That's a little bit of a mouthful, but that's why these projects exist.
That changed just about 2 years ago in terms of the reporting. And you don't recall, but we opposed that bill because it was before the stormwater was, DOT was required to pay stormwater fees because of the previous surfaces. They passed this new law, and now we have to justify to DOT as to how we're going to be utilizing the stormwater fees they pay. What a pain.
But we're willing to do it to get the money, so.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So let's talk about our Boston Harbor Road Northeast Stormwater and Conveyance and Outfall Improvements Project. So this project seeks to repair a failing county-owned outfall structure that lies on private property near the intersection of Boston Harbor Road Northeast and 73rd Avenue Northeast, as well as increase the capacity of conveyance facilities that convey flows to that new outfall structure. Staff actually opened bids on this project last Thursday, and the low bid came in just slightly above the engineer's estimate, so we'll be getting back in front of you all in a few weeks to request proceeding with awarding the contract on this one. Next slide, please. Next on our list is the Woodard Creek retrofit site number 1. This project, located on South Bay Road and 26th, is one of a handful of water quality projects intended to improve water quality for Woodard Creek. The Department of Ecology's 2006 study on the Henderson Inlet watershed, Woodard Creek was identified as an impaired water body with concerns of fecal coliform, bacteria, dissolved oxygen, and pH criteria. These pollutants have adverse impacts on shellfish habitat, and so this project seeks to improve the quality of stormwater, which is a possible source of the bacteria loading in Woodard Creek. We have also already opened bids on this project in late June. The bids came in quite a bit higher than our engineer's estimate and current budget authority. And so we'll also be back in a few weeks to request additional funding from the board on this. One
It's
other.
already a part of what the board has already.
The amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What's the county's funding versus Department of Ecology?
Yeah, great question. So essentially, as the current Department of Ecology grant sits, we have a grand total of $775,000, and 75% of that would be what ecology pays for. Now, with this higher than anticipated bid that came in, we formally requested additional funding from the Department of Ecology to help cover that additional cost that we weren't anticipating either. Does that answer your question?
You just don't know if you're gonna get it yet or not, or?
Yep, I am just waiting on that response right now. They're
And
going
has this got to do with that campground area out there? On,
Not that I'm aware of.
no, okay.
Great, okay, let's head on to the next slide here. So now we're gonna talk about a couple projects.
Excuse me. One, and so what Department of Ecology does not cover, who's covering?
Sorry, we would supplement that construction cost with our storm and surface water utility rates.
Stormwater fund.
Stormwater.
The stormwater
Yep.
fund that is
Yep.
collected on each parcel.
You're correct. Yep. Okay, so a couple projects currently under design that are in motion. One of which is our Woodard Creek Water Quality Retrofit Site Number 4. This project is located near the intersection of 46th Ave Northeast and Lemon Road Northeast. This project is also part of that handful of projects that seek to improve water quality for Woodard Creek. This project proposes a series of bioretention swales along 46th and Lemon Road to provide treatment of roadway runoff prior to ultimately discharging to Woodard Creek. Staff is currently evaluating this project's connectivity with a nearby legacy stormwater project, which is called Lemon Road Pond. There may be an opportunity to consolidate these two projects if staff can verify that they are indeed part of the same hydraulic system. So more to come on that soon. Next slide, please. Next, we have the Meadows Subdivision Pond 4C retrofit. This project proposes to retrofit a number of stormwater ponds in the Meadows Commons, and Ridge subdivisions in East Lacey that were originally constructed in the early 80s. There are concerns with degradation of McAllister Creek, and this project seeks to provide better flow control or detention from these developments, which could also provide water quality benefit as well. Currently, the project scope is simply to upgrade outdated pond outfall control structures. Public Works is also under contract for a water quality grant with the Department of Ecology on this project with, again, a 75% match from the Department of Ecology for our costs.
And same funding source for us.
Correct. Yep.
And is there an annexation pending there for Lacey?
Not that I'm aware of. Head on to the next slide, please. So this slide is just a high-level look at future projects that you'll see coming in the upcoming years here. So you can see that, key takeaways from this slide are that there is a high priority being placed on water quality with our storm and surface water program projects. Additionally, at the bottom of the list here, you can see that Sherwood Firs project at the bottom. We're also starting to see the need for capital replacement of legacy capital facilities reaching the end of their service life. So we'll probably see that ramp up over the years as all these facilities get older and older. And next slide here. This is just the CIP table slide here. Bottom line is you can see that we anticipate spending approximately $6.5 million in capital expenditures over the next 5 to 6 years to bring these projects to fruition. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No, ma'am.
Questions, Commissioner Munster?
It's kind of a random question, but it came up with a group of citizens I was working with, and are there situations where you said that citizen complaints can bring attention and you can go check it out, and then are there situations where you just look at a situation and you don't think that anything can be done? Like the situation that I was dealing with was Scott Lake, and back in 2019, I did a town hall for the community, and we had actually a culvert replacement project on tap, but I found out a couple years later, they came back and said that project, I guess, got taken off the list, and we went out and looked at it, and because they're kind of in a flat area, the water just pools, and it just seemed like, I'm just curious, like it seemed unusual to me that there wasn't any engineering solutions to that problem. Maybe it's too expensive or whatever, but just to say, well, you're screwed, you're in a flat area, the water is gonna, like that.
I feel strongly we never use those terms.
I might be paraphrasing from somebody.
Yeah, so I'll take a swing at this answer and you feel free to jump in, Tim. So obviously saying something like we can't do anything is a last resort that we have in our back pocket. As far as evaluating the feasibility of it, of course, there is a certain threshold where if it's all flat out there, we'd be probably looking at some kind of excessive excavation or pump system, which we generally try to stay away from.
Right. We've run into those, remember, over in Lacey, where they developed something and it was an annexation, and then Lacey inherited this kind of cockamamie pump system that we did, that the county, and like, who's gonna maintain this? And so I know those kinds of, not that that's good practice, but there are obviously, so you're saying there's things to do, but they just may not be what we wanna prioritize. It was frustrating because at one point, obviously the county recognized that there was an issue to the point that they were gonna, like, they had a project on the list. So it wasn't like citizens were making it up or that we didn't see the real need, but then somehow the evolution of thinking became, well, this isn't worth doing. And then that really left everybody feeling really upset.
Yeah, I think the change between then and now is we really try to address during that pre-design phase whether a project is feasible or not before it would go on the list.
That very beginning, when I said we have either a bright idea or a problem, and we do that planning piece of it, that's what Tim's referring to, before we identify it as an actual project, because it becomes an actual project when we know what are we gonna do? We've got a problem, how are we gonna solve it? So hopefully eliminating the inability to manage expectations. If we put something on there and say it's a project, and then we evaluate it and we're like, oh, we can't do anything.
Well, I think, it was you can do it, it was just that culvert needed to be replaced, but what they figured out was that in these high water events, the topography was such that a new nice culvert wasn't gonna stop the road from flooding. So,
And
I guess
it's fairly
the need-
frequent that comes about. And I think there was another citizen complaint that you were involved in, that Ryan and I sat in here.
Over by Delphi?
And it basically that, unfortunately, the remedy would have been to try to get water to flow uphill. And it's just, can't do that.
The Romans never did figure that out.
Yeah, no, they didn't. But Nate's pretty good.
And when and kind of related question on that listing is like, if people do stuff that's like, we get complaints all the time as commissioners, like so-and-so has got an excavator over here next door and they're flowing water this way and that way and they're using this kind of pipe and now it's draining onto my property. Like when citizens amongst themselves do things that are not best practice or whatever, is there any way that we get involved in that? Or what would be the trigger for us to intervene in such a situation?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I've got an example that's fairly hot off the press. I'm still reviewing it right now, and it's basically an issue between two private properties, kind of like you're describing. And for an example like that, I don't know how much the stormwater utility can do aside from taking a technical look at it, but that really might fall in the lap of our compliance staff here to go compel one of the property owners to remedy the issue that is causing that problem.
If it's
Does that
part of a
answer-
permitted,
Right.
yeah,
If it's in violation of a condition of their permit.
Yep.
an active
And
permit.
does that, how far in the future does that extend? Like 20 years later? I mean, is there a certain point at which we're just out of it and?
Yeah, typically I would say absent of any relationship with infrastructure, so if it flows to our system and then, that's might be a different case, but once a permit is closed, it would be very difficult for us to stay involved in that. It kind of falls into that common enemy doctrine that would become a private property issue. It would be a private property owner versus private property owner to flush that out in court. Would you agree with that? Okay.
Great. Well,
Well done, 5 minutes over on schedule, so good job, everybody.
okay,
Thank
so
you.
with that, we will be back at 1.
I think it's a working lunch.
Okay, so
That's what you want to do?
We'll be back
So-
before 1, right?
we just keep going?
Yeah, keep going if you don't mind.
Are we gonna eat and talk, is that the plan?
Well,
I'm
let
good
me
with
see
that.
where the sandwiches
Okay.
are. And then maybe give us a 10-minute break.
Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
from our break. It is 12:30 p.m. and we left off with the solid waste projects, and Jeff Bickford, Solid Waste Division Manager, is here to present on this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Even a little bit earlier than expected. So, Jeff Bickford, Solid Waste Division Manager, Public Works, and go over the solid waste projects for this, what we're doing this year and as well as upcoming years. So just as a reminder for solid waste is that our projects are designed to provide efficient, reliable, and affordable solid waste collection, handling, recycling, and disposal services and options. And the projects that we selected are basically intended to improve public and employee safety and security, address our current and future operational needs and capacity needs, and meet legal and, very importantly, regulatory requirements as well. Next slide. So to go over some of the projects that we have currently or active in 2022, this year. First off is our flare station replacement project, which is currently active and getting close to being complete. This was necessitated due to the old landfill flares were put in back in 2002, shortly after the landfill closed. The gas generation in our landfill has gone way down from what it used to be, and the flares that we have right now are dramatically oversized and not really able to handle the small flows that we have right now. So we're actually downsizing our flares. This is out at the Waste and Recovery Center in Lacey. So we're basically replacing the two large, if you look at the handout, the two large, like 30-foot tall by 5-foot diameter existing flares with these little small candlesticks that you can see in the picture there. They're basically required to we collect the landfill gas and we flare it off so that it doesn't travel or that the methane doesn't go out into the atmosphere. So as a item for reduction of methane. The project is as are all of these solid waste tipping fee funded, and the estimated total cost for this project is about $1.27 million. Just as a quick note, as we wrap that up, I'll be coming to the board with a presentation on the construction of that project at a future board session.
Kind of the before and after and the benefits of it.
Next slide. Perfect. We are currently also in the process of construction for our SCADA system replacement. I know Tim talked about SCADA, the supervisory control and data acquisition equipment. That's also at the Waste and Recovery Center. Basically, this hardware and the electronics is used to operate and to monitor several existing systems out there. That's for our landfill gas, our leachate collection system, our stormwater system, and as well as our sewerage that goes out into the lot system. So it allows the operators to monitor and watch what those flows and operate valves remotely and to keep that system running efficiently. It is additionally also solid waste tipping fee funded, and the estimated cost for that whole program is about just under $1.4 million.
So before you move, is the person in the picture Shama Funded?
Person in the picture?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so.
Wow, that's a blast from the past.
It's an old photo.
So that's a totally different system than the other SCADA system.
Correct. It is specific to the Waste and Recovery Center. The next project is just a couple of various projects that we have completed this year. First was also at the Waste and Recovery Center with some exterior lighting improvements, and those were particularly done in and around our scales, the inbound and outbound scales, primarily for security and employee safety. Around where the employee parking areas were, they're actually there, particularly in the wintertime. They get there before it's light, so they're moving around, and then they have to leave after it's dark. So being able to get to their vehicles safely, because that site, we are adjacent to the dog park and the park and ride. So just want to make sure that our buildings are secure and our employees are safe. That was completed earlier this year. Additionally, the other item here mentioned was there is an old rusted out water tower down near where Hazo House in the recycling area is. They basically could not hold water anymore, it had holes all over it. We had that removed, taken down, and that was a steel tower. We actually were able to recycle the steel from the tower. So that was performed, I believe, back in April or May. And those were small projects, but anyway, they were ones that were completed. Next slide. So for coming up projects, so for construction in 22 and 23, first is our pumps system upgrades and improvements. As you might expect, the old closed Hawkesbury landfill and just the Waste and Recovery Center in general, there's just a myriad of pumps out there and piping and manholes and other sorts of facilities related to that for both our leachate system, our landfill gas system, again, our stormwater system, as well as our sewage system. So many of these, the majority of these actually are 20+ years old and starting to fail. So this is basically an overhaul of all of our pump system out there. Basically, it's repairs and upgrades to all those systems I just mentioned. And it also will provide some upgrades to the function of that system, the configuration and how they're laid out, as well as the access. And the access part relates to, we have some pumps that are down manholes that require confined space entry, which is dangerous. So we will be reconfiguring some of those to bring that pump up closer where we don't have to send people down manholes, which are inherently dangerous, particularly in the landfill environment. Additionally, we'll be upgrading the software and hardware related to those, so they'll integrate with this newly installed SCADA system. Again, allowing our staff to better control those systems. Once again, solid waste disposal fee funded, and estimated cost at this point was $4.152 million. However, I do want to mention that we just opened bids for this a couple weeks ago. It came in well over the engineer's estimate. So just other projects have been happening to those as well. So we are currently looking at some potential options of how we're going to move forward with that. So since we are above the budget based upon those bids. So
Are there certain things, Jeff, that would need immediate attention and other things that could wait because maybe they have less hours on them or whatever?
Yeah, the priorities as far as the systems that have to be upgraded, the leachate system is the highest priority. Behind that would probably be the gas leachate, the gas condensate, system, and then the stormwater system. They all are important because, again, things are starting to fail. We already have one of the leachate pumps has failed, for example. So this is a challenging one because just the hardware is so old. Most of it's outdated, and again, the picture on there you'll see is one of those wells we don't want to send people down. One of the manholes, the picture on there. Yeah. Any other questions related to that?
So this is about our old landfill that we have to keep managing.
Correct. It's about the old landfill as well as just the current activities at the work as well. So it's both. Because there's systems relate to both of those. There's stormwater runoff on the old landfill as well as on our active areas as well. So this applies to both systems. Next item, upcoming in 23-24, as you have heard, we are investigating, working with HDR, investigating the possibility of a new South County transfer station. So again, one of the reasons we're looking at that is that the existing two drop box sites in Rainier and Rochester are both, again, old and right now currently operating over the design capacity substantially. They don't have a lot of room for expansion. And I'll get to these in the next two slides, but I'll mention them here. There's an option to upgrade those, and that was something that had been looked at, is to try to create some additional capacity at those. But before we did that, we want to explore this potential option first to see if it's a feasible possibility before we spend dollars to upgrade those other two facilities. And those are the next two items I'll talk about. So right now we are currently in the the stakeholder engagement process for the investigating this option. We'll be out in the community a whole bunch, actually this month. Seeking feedback and getting feedback from customers. For example, we will be doing surveys of customers this weekend, Friday at Rainier and Saturday at Rochester. Getting feedback from, what type of facilities would they be interested in as far as what types of services, potential locations that would work for customers, and other questions. So we'll be taking surveys for individuals. Additionally, we'll be out in the community at the Nisqually Barbecue event on July 23rd with the table, and we'll be at the Tenino Farmers Market on the 23rd of July as well. And then we will be having a virtual kind of public informational meeting on July 28th. So we're in the process of getting out there to get feedback from individuals on, what would they like in it if we were to do a new facility. What would they like? What features? What services? And where would be the most optimum locations to do that if we were to do that? This project is currently, it's always fee funded, and currently at an estimated $6.55 million if it were to move forward.
On that issue, I see you're talking about a consolidation possibly, but then on your next slide, you're talking about renovation. So that's if you don't move ahead with consolidation, then you'll do renovation?
That is correct.
6.55 million, that's including acquiring a piece of land for such a,
That's likely probably not going to be all at this point in time. I think if we decide to move forward, that budget likely will be substantively higher because there may be county land that's potentially available. So that's one aspect. There might have to be land that's purchased, also another possibility. Then there's permitting and construction. As we know, construction costs of I think Jennifer had mentioned earlier, and of course, all these prices haven't taken into account the new costing of
Our current environment.
Yeah, the way bids are showing up right now at dramatically higher prices.
So that's a good question. So what does $6.5 million do?
Unfortunately, not enough.
No, but it is.
Originally, it was estimated that we would be using one of our existing sites and expanding that and adding capacity to that for the south transfer. So what originally happened, as a refresher to the board, is that we were gonna do improvements at both our Rainier and Rochester. As you know, we do not have scales, which means staff are out there measuring debris with yardsticks. And so we were gonna add scales to those facilities. When we looked at what the cost of adding scales to those facilities was going to be, it was up there as if we would have done another, like a smaller transfer station. So that's when we took a step back and said, okay, well, let's take a look at this. Let's do some outreach. Let's find out what are the needs of the community, our South County community. What would that look like?
Right.
Does that answer your question, or?
In a way.
Okay.
Because what you're saying is the feasibility study to explore the option for a consolidation of a new South County facility. But that would not cost $6.5 million. The feasibility study.
Correct.
I guess that's the clarification that I wanted to make.
This 6.55 originally, from the estimate that we got from the consultant, included the whole thing, but what I would say, it's too early to have that dollar amount as we looked at that.
Yeah, that would be, once we got it to a certain point with some sort of design criteria, we could build it, hone that in much, much better. I believe that's obviously, that would be too low to currently construct, but we don't know what that number is at this point in time.
It's too low to construct.
so, probably too early of a question, but I mean, since we're spending money to explore this, how would something like that work? I mean, would Republic then come and service that the way they service the Lork, or would we be doing something on our own to deal with? It would be just folded into our broader contract for operations of our now transfer stations, plural?
Yep, we'd have
Correct.
conversations with Republic about that.
Okay, right.
Correct, instead of operating, because right currently with the new contract starting in May, they're operating 2 Dropbox sites, then they would just change to, they would close those Dropbox sites. If this were to open, they would operate that instead of those.
How are you doing as far as the backup, I guess, that was taking place here a couple of months ago?
That's,
Is that all fixed now?
well, the compactor's working. It ebbs and flows, I'll put it that way.
It's continuing to be a
It
challenge.
is continuing.
And that's a good product, good piece of information to go through.
Yep, it's,
Is the up and downs in terms of the availability of containers making it to the facility, the availability of drivers is an issue, so maybe that will be good.
But whose responsibility is that?
So that's an interesting one. So our contract is with Republic Services, but the operations of the Waste and Recovery Facility, Waste and Recovery Center, and the hauling of the containers from Centralia and back is subcontracted to Waste Connections. So it's, again, this is kind of part of the reason why we went with, to get that one larger contract is, we have to lean on Republic. They have to turn then lean on a subcontractor, and they don't always necessarily get along. And so their contract is some 20, also between those two is 20+ years old, and it wasn't written in very good performance standards. So they don't have as much teeth to be able to beat that, to.
they being Republic doesn't have the teeth to hold Waste Connections accountable for the lack of
Yes.
drivers and trucks, chassis to get the rail cars up to the work.
Which part of that process, I understood that Clallam County or Grays Harbor or something was also newly shipping containers every day down to that site in Centralia, and that was causing some backup as well. What happened there? That was some new activity that Republic took on? I don't know all the particulars.
Our challenges isn't with rail cars, our challenge is with chassis to get the rail cars that are down in Centralia up to the work. That's what we're dealing with.
That's been the major challenge.
And vice versa, going them back.
Yeah. So it's
So do you need more cars?
more drivers and chassis has been the substantive issue lately.
When you say chassis, does that mean the box? or-
Trucks.
Yeah, so what happens is that there's the truck, but basically because they lift the box and the containers with the garbage just gets dropped, onto the, that comes off a train, gets dropped on the back of a truck, they haul it, unload it, and they leave it there, and then pick another one, take it back. So the chassis is basically the trailer with the box on top of it. That's what the chassis is. And so it's availability of drivers to move those back and forth has been our major challenge recently.
Just because you can't hire enough drivers, is that it?
Because Waste Connections hasn't built they have a limited number and they have subs, and some of the subs sometimes don't show up when they're supposed to. It's the sub, Waste Connections is the sub to Republic, but Waste Connections has subcontractors below them, which are driving companies, and sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't,
This is what we're being told.
Yeah.
By Waste Connections.
and Republic as well.
Yeah.
But we're hanging in there. It's again, it ebbs and flows. It's a nonstop challenge for Gerald and myself.
But I appreciate you managing the up and downs of this, so I really appreciate that.
Next up, and this is related to what we just spoke about, is the Rochester Innovation. This is a placeholder for what we just spoke about. Is the original concept was to upgrade both the Rainier and Rochester Dropbox sites by, as Jennifer mentioned, adding scales, a scale house, actually raising the tipping wall so we could fit larger containers in there versus just the standard drop boxes. But again, we put a hold on it. We saw what that was initially going to cost. Let's take a look at this other option first before we drop $6 million into upgrading these two facilities. But that being said, we have done a couple small projects, or have a couple small projects related to these two sites that are going on. The first one is we are doing some security upgrades at both Rochester and and Rainier, and that primarily is upgrading our security camera systems. We have had some break-in issues a couple times in the last year or so, and we found that our security cameras are just very old and not adequate. So we're just, because we will, regardless if we were to develop a new facility, we will still be at these for a number of years because that will take quite a while. So that's one, and the other item that we're doing at those sites is we are having a essentially a break building for our staff. Currently, at both those two sites, the building that they have is this teeny little hut. It has just one little small space for them to do their transactions, and then a little restroom, but there's no place out of the weather to have lunch, take a break, or anything like that. If they want to do that, they have to go into their car. So this is what we're looking at doing in the projects coming up, is a small 8x20 movable.
Like a construction shack or something?
In a way, yeah. This 8x20 is just basically gonna have, a mini fridge, a microwave, and a table. They can sit down, it's loose in place, they can have lunch, take a break that's not, it's not outside or in their car. Again, we'll continue to be at these sites for a number of years still, even if we decide to build a new facility, because that'll take a while. So those are the two projects that we have for this upcoming year for Rainier and Rochester. So
On your scale installation, isn't there new technology that has scaled down that whole process to a smaller package and more efficient?
yeah, we're not doing those here at this time unless we decide we're not going to go South County Transfer Station. But the scales, there hasn't been much that's changed dramatically. I mean, typically you're going to, we'd have a slightly shorter scale because this is mainly a public access and not commercial access. So you can go with a little smaller scale in this scenario versus at the Waste and Recovery Center, you have to have at least 70 footers for the large tractor trailer rigs. So you probably could put a smaller scale at these facilities. But as far as new technology, it's pretty standard stuff. I haven't heard anything revolutionary lately. And then the next item is this Rainier. It's the same thing that I just spoke about. Basically, we're adding camera upgrades and a staff break building. And again, both of these are solid waste disposal fee funded. And next slide. Additionally, this covers a myriad of various small projects, security, technology, and electrical improvements around the Waste and Recovery Center. As again, it's a very old facility. It's been 22 years since the landfill closed. So there's a lot of our structures are built over settling landfill. So we've had a number of, and some even like the public tipping area is built over a settling landfill. So there's certain things that need to be repaired, as time goes by. So it's again fee funded with a overall, over the many different types of potential projects, overall estimated cost of $1.5 million. And then the next item is specific to the actual transfer station building, the actual transfer station building area. So it's the operations facility, the upgrades and improvements. There's several things, again, that it's getting aged. There's work needs to be done to the stormwater system down just below the building. It needs to fix to get that to drain correctly. Probably the concrete floor of the actual tipping area of the building is going to need to be rehabbed eventually. Some security improvements specifically related to that. Again, fee funded at an estimated cost of about $340,000. Again, that's specific to the transfer station building itself. This one's kind of an interesting and exciting project. It's basically it's a potential reconfiguration. I know we've spoken about this before. A reconfiguration of the Waste and Recovery Center public tipping area. Currently, the public tipping area is up top over the old closed landfill. Again, settlement's been an issue. Additionally, there's some safety concerns because we have commercial vehicles queuing up and interacting with public, vehicles. We've been fortunate so far, but the idea would be to segregate. So we'd have the commercial vehicles coming in where they do now, and looking at developing a public tipping area down in the vicinity of where Hassel House and the recycling area is. It's going to create a separation of that. In that scenario, we would put new scales and new scale house down just beyond where Hassel House is. Create a new consolidated administration building. I know our administration building, my office is up there, is kind of old and crumbling and falling apart. So the public would be tipping down in that area, both the yard debris as well as just their garbage. And so it would create definitely an easier flow for the citizens, because Hassel House, recycling, and the tipping would all kind of be in the same flow. Whereas now you have to come here and you have to kind of go back and around. It's much more convoluted if you're coming there for more than one purpose. So there was a study done about a year ago looking at various layouts and options. And there's been a couple different, two that were out of those four that were looked at as preferred. And we're looking at those to see which we feel would be the best option, and that'd be something that will be coming forward to the board here eventually with a recommendation on the direction to go. But from the public convenience and public service, it's going to be a huge improvement. It's going to be a big improvement in safety. It also will get majority of our active buildings off of the old closed landfill, which are maintenance headaches because the way the landfill's set. If you ever go to the work, this is a point of comparison. On the inbound scale, if you look at how many times on the right-hand inbound scale, how many times that's been paved over, you'll see it's about 4 feet. Just keep paving as the ground sinks, so you can actually get to the scale. So.
And since the last improvement, you start seeing a little bit of undulation on the road because of the settlement.
The sediment starting to accumulate water because you get little dips.
Yeah, I was gonna say pools of water when it's raining.
Yeah, the idea is to get as much as activity as we can off of that down near the recycling area. And just point out, the area where Hassel House and the recycling area is over virgin ground. There was never any solid waste there, so the benefit of building down there is we're on solid ground, and we'll have less maintenance issues and less long-term costs related to those. That's again pre-funded. Estimated cost for that is about $14 million. A couple of additional projects that will be coming up this coming year is the actual compactor, the transfer station. As you know, we had it prepared, it was repaired recently. We have on July 27th, we have SSI as the manufacturer of that compactor is coming out to do a condition assessment based upon what their recommendations are for what's needed maintenance and or repairs or overhaul. We'll be assessing, doing those repairs, or depending on what they find, if they're finding that the compactor's too far gone or needing too much, we might look at, does it make sense to spend that much in a repair or to look at it potentially at new. So, but that we'll have more information on that shortly. And the other item is, which we of course have spoken to, is dollars specifically for site differential settlement repairs. Some of that's is earthwork or other repaving, just areas that again have settlement and start to come on. And I'd like to answer any questions.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards, we'll start with you.
Rainier and Rochester facilities renovations and upgrades. City of Lacey and Earl. I just wonder why you have. Does that matter? You see what I'm talking about on your?
Yeah, it's a City of Lacey rural. I don't know why it says City of Lacey there. That is kind of.
Okay, I mean, I just wondered if I was missing the boat on something. You're moving to Lacey or.
There should be no time in that.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lacey will appreciate that.
Okay.
Commissioner Munzer? No?
I asked my questions on
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
The one guy that's coming in with things to do and money to do it with. Really true.
Okay, so we'll go with transportation projects, and Scott Lindblom, our county engineer.
You can do that without sliding all over.
So good afternoon, Scott Lindblom, County Engineer, and with me is my right-hand person, Teresa Parsons, who I need up here because I have a good memory, it's just really short, and she's got a really good memory, so. Here today to talk about the transportation part of the CIP, and as I'm sure you're aware, you've been through a lot of the, well, I guess we're the last, save the best for last from my personal perspective. But really, as you're probably aware, transportation projects are designed to provide, make sure our community has a reliant and safe transportation system, which is really kind of a key part of our community, from most commerce, you know, all of us use the transportation system. It's probably the most used county service that we have. We all drive to school, drive our kids to school, get to work, etc. When we look at our projects, you know, we select them for various purposes, whether it's to meet, to reduce congestion, to improve safety, to make sure that, you know, there's safe access for transportation, whether it's walking, biking, riding your unicycle or buses, etc. Let's see, who's clicking?
Maria's clicking.
I'm sure if you just start talking, she'll turn it to the next one.
Oh, wonderful, she can read my mind.
No, she's listening.
Okay, there we go, that's good. So when we look at the transportation projects constructed in 2022, or those that will be constructed in 22, we expect to complete 10 projects this year. And these really represent kind of a smattering of projects throughout the county. And it's interesting when you look at these because they include congestion relief, they include safety upgrades, they include bike ped facilities in some of those. Our bridge program is touched by that, emergency repairs, as well as our fish passage program. So it's kind of exciting to see this, and I think it's a really good example of kind of the breadth of the road system or transportation system we have. And when you look at, I'll touch briefly on a couple of these. The Yelm Meridian project out on Yelm Highway was recently completed, and that cost about $3 million. Funded by, let's see, that one is the Rural Arterial Program, Traffic Impact Fees, and the County Road Fund. Vale Road Improvements. STPG for Yelm Meridian. That's why she's here. Vale Road Improvements, that was a rural arterial funded program out in the southeast part of the county. About a $3 million project, also funded by County Road Fund, or included County Road Fund. But a couple of the other ones, just to touch on real quick, you've heard about the Sunrise Beach emergency repair we completed a few months ago. That was one that was certainly unplanned, but with the heavy rains we had first part of the year, within 85 days, we went from a landslide to a project completion. At that point, by the time we got that done, we'd spent about $500,000, but that emergency declaration was instrumental in helping us get that project through quickly. Fish passage programs, we've got 3 projects in construction right now for fish. One is on Latigo, one is on Houston Drive and Little Rock Road itself. So just to touch briefly, I guess maybe a little bit more depth, is I've talked to you a few times in the last couple of weeks about road projects and transportation projects. But looking ahead to what you'll likely see staff come chat with you about in the next 2 years, it's really, thank you, it's again a smattering of projects representing all those different groups that we touch on, whether it's capacity, ADA, culvert, fish safety. And when we look at each of these different programs, and I touched on this briefly the other day with the TIP, but each of those programs, we prioritize projects using different criteria. Capacity, we look at the volume of traffic, the level of significance of the road, proximity to urban and community centers. Safety projects, we look at the traffic volume, collision history. So I won't go into the detail, but rest assured that we are required to prioritize our projects. And I think we've done a really good job of effectively doing that with all the different programs we have. And so I'll kind of lead now into the projects that you will see. So you'll be hearing a lot about Marvin Road projects. We've got a couple of projects out on Marvin Road in the northeast part of the county. Those are addressing some concurrency issues that we've had out there that fortunately are now addressed. We've had a lot of development in the last, I'm not sure when the concurrency program started, but in the last 5 to 10 years. The county manager was at Public Works at the time. We made some good improvements out there, and we are teetering on the edge of making a few others. This first one is a intersection at the corner of Marvin Road and Mullen Road. This will be a developer-funded project. And now with the habitat, or with the Gopher plan, the habitat conservation plan recently or nearing completion, that will give the green light to the developer, to the developer to buy credits that they can use to mitigate the impacts they're having on gophers. Once they acquire that property for the mitigation, they'll have 2 years to complete the project with the new roundabout at Marvin Mullen. Pacific Avenue Preservation Project. This is a grant-funded project with some county road fund. It's about almost a mile, about 0.9 miles of 5-lane road on Pacific Avenue. We'll be replacing the pavement and making ADA upgrades throughout that section of road. Right now, we've had there's several intersections in there that the ADA ramps and sidewalks do not meet current ADA guidelines. So with this project, we'll be upgrading all those from the Lacey city limits to Union Mills.
When do you expect to?
That is a 2024 construction, yes. On a similar vein, the Yelm Highway Southeast pavement preservation. This will extend from Rich Road on Yelm Highway to the city limits. Again, upgrading the ADA crossings and the ADA facilities in that area, as well as rehabilitating the road itself. That again is a federal grant funded. It's about 1.4 miles of road, and it's got 5 lanes over that whole way, 2 eastbound, 2 westbound, and a center turn lane. Total project cost on that is about $3.7 million.
Also 2024, 23.
That was
year of delivery. 24.
With our ADA program, we're looking countywide at upgrading ADA facilities. We've got $50,000 allocated for that to make ADA improvements. And so we're prioritizing all those sites and using that money as kind of a programmatic approach to upgrading those facilities. And right now, the short term, we're going to be focusing on some improvements on Martin Way. And speaking of Marvin Way, I'll move on to the next one, the Marvin Road Phase 1. This is a project we are going to be applying for a TIB funding for. It extends from 22nd Avenue up to Union Mills. The purpose of this is to reduce congestion and improve safety in that corridor, include a roundabout at 19th Avenue. And if we are successful in getting the grant, the improvements will extend up to Union Mills, beyond Union Mills. If we are not successful, we'll be scaling the project back to meet the bare minimum we need to do to meet concurrency, which would then include still the roundabout at 19th, but access control at Union Mills. So the improvements will be scaled back quite a bit if we're not successful in getting the grant. We're hoping we will, but I think we find out later on this year if we'll be successful in landing that grant. Our fingers are crossed. The next one is the Black Lake Belmore Bridge approach. You've heard a little bit about this as well. As you may recall, the approaches to this bridge are settling as the road itself was built on very soft soil way back in the day. We suspect it was a peat bog. We'll be setting hundreds of timber piles and putting what we call a geogrid on top of those timber piles. Timber piles will support that, then we'll build a road on top of that. That's going to address some real safety concerns we've had as the road keeps settling. It's generated, I think, a lot of calls to probably each of your offices over the past few years. We get a lot of complaints with boaters trying to pull their trailers and the trailers become detached. That cost is about $2.8 million, and that one is funded by County Road Fund and Real Estate Excise Tax.
How deep is that property to go down to Hardpan?
Ooh,
80 feet or something.
Yeah.
So that means you're gonna have to drive 80-foot pallet piling?
I could be wrong, I'm talking off the top of my head, but it was fairly deep.
I've never understood why there wasn't a metal plate fix of some type or another in there.
oh, and the approaches?
Yeah, on both those approaches, because you're right, it's on a beach.
Yeah, it's, I don't know how much it's settled, but if you, I wouldn't suggest this, but if somebody were to get out of their car and look at the side of the bridge, you can just see I don't know how much asphalt we've been putting there over the years.
Oh, for years.
Yeah, so it's a real problem, even the guardrails sinking down, and this would be a wonderful fix for that problem that's been going on for as long as I've been at the county, which is quite a while now. Another project we recently opened bids on, again, you've probably heard about this one too, is the roundabout in the Grand Mound area at the new intersection of Sergeant Road and US 12. This project is going to be a huge benefit to this community to support economic development. It will reduce the time for emergency response and greatly improve traffic circulation in that area. It was a very unique project because it's supported by not only financially, but we had a lot of great support from the Chehalis tribe, from some local developers down there. Again, the tribe and the development, the community is supporting this project with money. They've been instrumental in just working us through this effort to get there. And special thanks to the county manager, I think, who was really instrumental in getting these parties together to get this going. And it's going to be, I think, a very well-received project when it finally gets built, which we expect to get done this year, or at least substantially complete this year.
What happened to the state? Did you ever figure it out? They were committed and then they pulled the pin. Why? An individual that doesn't like you, or?
Actually, the legislature pulled their funding.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
happened.
but they kept funding on so many other places. They didn't do that individually. And I'm just curious. I've never understood. We had a deal and they pulled the pin. You don't have any idea why.
Well, I think as the county manager said, the legislature pulled their funding and then their hands were somewhat tied.
I don't know.
So the total cost of this is one of those projects that will be coming back to you in, I think, 2 weeks with a budget amendment request, because costs came in significantly higher than the estimate and the budget expenditure authority.
Budget amendment for the vote.
We've already addressed
I
that.
believe no, the capital one,
Capital,
I think
The
that
20
it's coming in on the last Tuesday of this month.
The 26th.
Yeah,
26, yes.
needs to be published.
And we'll come forward and request, if that is approved, right, that same day for award.
So moving on to the Little Rock Road and 113th Avenue Bridge and intersection improvements. This project is a county road funded and STBG funded project, cost about $2.7 million. It will replace a bridge that you may recall is similar in design to the L4 bridge we replaced in 2014. And in this one, we again suspect there's no steel reinforcing in there, so it's a high priority for us to replace it. The bridge itself was built in 1924. With that, we'll be adding a left turn lane on Little Rock. So southbound Little Rock will have a left turn lane, also includes signing and lighting for that intersection. Moving on to the north part of the county, Johnson Point and Hawks Prairie Road. This will be a new roundabout at that intersection to address safety and some roadway capacity issues. Cost on this is about $4.2 million. Right now, it's an unsignalized intersection with a high traffic volume, 40 mile per hour roads, and a crash history with some fatalities up there. And again, the cost is about just over $4 million.
You just did some improvements on the bridge related to this intersection, right?
We did. Some of the bridge joints were damaged or falling apart, so we just recently issued a contract for repair of those. There have been steel plates over those for the past several months now. So plates should be gone somewhat soon, as soon as the
before it's done.
Oh, what's the big deal about getting the plates gone? I mean, because the steel doesn't wear out.
Oh, it was really intended just to be a temporary measure.
Yeah, I know it, but it does the job. I mean, it'd go another 50 years, wouldn't hurt nothing.
The steel would last another 50 years, but I think it would continue to be a ongoing frustration for drivers out there if they had to slow down and drive over those steel plates repeatedly. So steel itself would last a long time, indeed. Just as concrete would last a long time, but I think we'd get lots of calls if we have the steel plates in place. The old 99 and Tilley Road intersection, this is another safety improvement project. Be adding turn lanes and some lighting down there. Just in the last 5 years, there have been 18 collisions at that intersection. And prior to that, we had several fatalities at that. The intersection experiences 50-mile-an-hour roads on Old 99, and there's about 9,000 vehicles a day that travel on that road. And just as a little factoid, it's the intersection with the 16th highest rate of crashes in the county. So these are going to be much needed valued improvements down in that part of the county. Total project cost is about $1.5 million. Looking countywide at the safety improvements, this is, I think we mentioned the other day, in addition to rumble strips, we'll have pavement markings, guardrails, and lighting in different areas throughout the county. This is a 100% grant-funded project, so no county road fund, no general fund will be expended on this. And this ties in with the goal of reducing traffic fatalities to zero by the year 2030. A tall order, but certainly a worthy goal to strive for.
How many do we usually have in a year?
How many fatalities?
Thurston County usually.
Oh, if our traffic engineer was here, he could tell you off the top of his head.
Okay,
But,
just curious.
yeah, that's a
We
great
get back
one.
to you, we should know that.
Yeah.
We can come back with that.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And moving on from that, that's a 2024 to 2025 construction phase. Old Highway 99 at the intersections of Sargent Road and 201st Avenue. This again is going to be addressing congestion and safety improvements down in that part of the county. Traffic volumes we expect are going to significantly increase once the new roundabout at US 12 and Sargent is put in. When that happens, traffic will be directed, or a lot of traffic will go from US 12 down Sargent Road to Old 99 to one of these intersections that will be improving. Right now, it's difficult for drivers to access Old 99 from the side streets. We've had 20 collisions in the last 20 years at that intersection, including one fatality. Project was also identified as a high priority project in the Grand Mound mobility study we completed just not too long ago. Project cost will be about $5 million, funded again by STBG as well as County Road Fund. Staying in the Grand Mound area, the 183rd Avenue Phase 1 project that's from US 12 to Sargent. This is a classic rural road upgrade project. We'll be upgrading the road itself from the 0 to 1 foot shoulders we have now. In the end, we'll have 5-foot paved shoulders either direction, new replaced pavement with 22-foot wide roadway. Right now, the pavement itself is in fair condition. There are roadside obstacles which can affect safety should cars depart the road. So we'll be removing some of those roadside obstacles to improve safety. Again, RAP funded through the County Road Administration Board. Cost is just about $2.8 million. Country Club Road, you've heard a bit about this, and we'll be coming back to you next Wednesday for a full hour briefing on this. But real briefly, this is the culvert replacement on Country Club Road. The culvert, you may recall, was failing last fall, and we'll be again coming back for a much more in-depth discussion next week. Right now, the funding has not been identified. We have the funding. The project will be moving forward, and by 2024, we're just at this point prioritizing where we're going to be getting the money from, balancing resources and such. But the project will be funded and built by 2024. We'll have a much more robust discussion next week.
The ADA program, Complete Streets, this is on portions of Yelm Highway, Martin Way. Again, the purpose is to improve pedestrian safety. A TIB-funded project with a cost of just over $500,000, $600,000. We have a couple fish passage projects, Shawn Drive Southwest. This is off Delphi Road. Much like the others, we will be replacing an undersized culvert to improve fish passage. It's a REIT-funded project. We do expect to get, at least looks promising, to get a small grant from the Salmon Recovery Board of $50,000. Once done, this will open up almost a mile of habitat. And the $50,000 grant may not sound like a lot compared to some of the cost of these, but it's been I think a successful strategy what we've taken. There's not a lot of money in these grant programs. So were we to ask for a lot more money, we'd be likely unsuccessful in getting any. So individually on some of these projects, it might be $50,000 here, $80,000 there. When you look at what we've been able to do over the last couple of years, that's a fairly significant amount of money we've been able to get. We have considered applying for more money, but I think there's on the order of $500,000-ish available for the whole funding agency. So if we got greedy, there's a good chance we'd not be successful in getting any. Thompson Creek down in the south part of the county, again, another fish passage project. Another example where we've applied for about $80,000 worth of funding. We also have a grant application in to get another $500,000 for this one, but we don't know our prospects on that if we'll be successful. When we get this project built, it will open up about 10 miles of habitat in the south part of the county. It is one of the high priority projects for the Chehalis Basin prioritization on their regional map, so I think they're very excited about this project as it will open up a significant amount of habitat. The Fish Passage Enhancement Program, this is the program in which we do some of the earlier studies to look at what projects are feasible, what projects are likely, and as projects are identified, they come out of the program itself and are identified as individual projects, just much like the Shawn Drive and Thompson Creek. In a similar vein, our road preservation program, this is our chip seal and overlay program. And again, as specific roads are identified, we'll be including those in future years. Right now, as you're aware, we're under contract for the chip seal this year for 42 miles. Next year, we plan to have a pavement overlay program, and then we'll keep alternating chip seal 1 year, overlays the next. We found that to be a more efficient use of county resources because we only award one contract each year, so it reduces quite a bit of administrative cost just to administer these contracts. The county-wide electrical services project. This will add streetlights and curb signing and channelization county-wide, including some speed feedback signs. We'll be putting down thermoplastics, which are kind of the non-painted, they're plastic markings on the road in some locations.
What does that mean? Plastic,
It's really
doing some plastic instead of paint?
Yeah, it's torched down, so it's plastic that we put down on the road and basically melted into the road. You'll see those at some of the high volume intersections. It's thicker than, if you look closely, it's thicker than just the paint that goes on there. And the crews actually put that down with a big torch. They put the application on the ground, melt the plastic into the road itself, and it tends to last quite a bit longer than the paint.
Does it, any environmental damage or anything?
No, it
Doesn't break down?
No, just like a piece of plastic on the road.
Yeah, that breaks down sometimes.
Well, this eventually will break down and you'll have to replace it, but it's lasts quite a bit longer. I couldn't tell you how many years longer, but it lasts quite a bit longer than the paint. And it's really intended for those high volume intersections for the crosswalk markings and some of the stop bars. Cooper Road at Chehalis Creek. This is one of those sites that was damaged in the early 2022 rain events. Two big culverts washed out. And what's important about this project is it does provide access to not only DNR logging, but a lot of recreational facilities up in that area. Hunting, hiking, ORV park. The ORV park is right next to it. We did look at trying to direct traffic from that area through the ORV park parking. Unfortunately, what that would essentially do is direct log trucks and a lot of other, what typically would have been public road traffic through a parking area that's used by the ORV, the Straddleline ORV park. And if you've been out there, when people park their ORVs out there, their vehicles and get the ORVs off there, there's often young kids running around, people excited to get out there, they hop on their dirt bikes or quads, and they're tearing around the parking lot. So trying to direct traffic through that, we were very concerned that that might present some safety issues. So with this project, right now the road is still temporarily closed. We're working with our friends in Mason County to borrow a bridge to temporarily put over that creek crossing, which I think will get installed probably August or so, which will open up, it'll be a single lane temporary bridge to provide that access. But we won't have to direct traffic through a congested area and allow that traffic to be separated from small, excited kids on fast-moving ORVs.
Is DNR participating in the funding at all in that?
They are not, no.
Don't they have a lot of logging activity in there?
They do log. I don't know if they have any active sites up in that area, but it's certainly access to the state forest where there is logging on state lands, yes.
Have you looked into the possibility that, I don't know what the tonnage would be going across that, but a lot of it would have to do with logging activity versus private vehicles?
Yeah, it's certainly a call that I can make, and I will make that just to explore the idea, for sure. It's, the answer is no unless you ask.
Okay, good.
So I will.
So next time you're in here, I'll hear a different answer.
Call DNR. Pleasant Glade Elementary pedestrian improvements. We did receive word recently that we were successful in getting this grant to upgrade sidewalks and road crossings up near Pleasant Glade Elementary, part of our Safe Routes to School program. And new projects in 2023 to 2028. We did go over most of these at the TIP briefing we had just a few weeks ago, where we talked about new projects adding to the TIP, and this is the CIP, so it's similar projects, different document. And I'm happy to go over these in additional detail if you'd like, or we can move through. And I will move through unless you'd like me to stop. How does? Okay. And looking on the last slide, almost the last slide, or next slide. So looking ahead to 2023 and 24, we're looking to spend just about $22 million of capital transportation projects next year, about $33 million in 2024. And again, this is a snapshot of the next 6 years. What you'll see on there in the outer years is a placeholder, what we call it a placeholder. The numbers are small from here, but I believe it's $50,000 in some of those out years. The reason that's important is it allows us, these projects on the CIP with these placeholders in the end, allow us to be eligible to seek and apply for grant funding that this transportation system is heavily reliant upon. So that's, $50 to $100 million worth of projects in about an hour or less. It's a lot to digest. Some of this you've had the opportunity to hear on Monday with the TIP, some a couple weeks ago with the new projects from the TIP. And I would welcome any questions you might have.
Commissioner Edwards?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Munster?
Do you happen to know on this chart, I see 2 projects related to McCorkle Road? Do you know what those are about?
The McCorkle ones are projects I think we put on there for, I think, are they shown at the end, I believe?
Yeah, they're like just a $10,000 placeholder in 2028.
Yeah, and that is so we can apply for rural arterial program funding, RAP funding, when that next allocation comes up. So having them on this document allows us to be able to apply for that money.
Do you know what you're trying to do there, like replace the road or pavement preservation, or is it a
on-
flooding thing, or?
It's not a flooding thing, it's the pavement condition is the primary driver, so it's upgrading the road, just like a rural road upgrade. So if we get that money, when we get it, so it would, really improve the pavement, add the 5-foot wide shoulders, remove obstacles from the clear zone, much like the 183rd Avenue Southwest project.
I heard it fearful from some citizens about that road, so I was just curious.
Oh,
Mostly about the condition of the road, or is there flooding that they're?
Flooding mainly, but condition of the road and the flooding.
It's a high groundwater area in general down below, so.
Part of it's over a peat bog.
Yeah, I think so.
we don't look deep dogs. But yeah, when we do that project it will be several years before, assuming we get the money, it'd be several years before we would be able to actually build anything. Flooding is certainly one of the things that we would be looking at, as we did that. And I think as was just brought up, I think it's a very low-lying, wet, soft area, so.
Beaver's fault, some of the folks felt.
Beavers?
Abandoned beaver dams and.
Actually, it's the glacier's fault from 10,000 years ago through there.
There probably is a beaver activity.
Yeah, there
sure,
probably
that-
is.
No, I'm not doubting what they
I bet
say.
there is, yeah.
They know a beaver dam when they see one.
Yeah. Any other questions?
No?
Good job.
Okay,
Thank you.
great job. And so it's 1:32. Next steps from here?
That's it, next steps, there's plan, if you have any comments, additional comments from what you've had today, this will go through the planning commission. And at that point, the planning commission will have their own public process, and they will, eventually will come back as a recommendation to the board.
Okay.
And that will be part of the overall budget process. The public hearing will be coincide with the same public hearing with budget. And this will be for your approval on the same date as the budget is approved.
Okay. Thank you.
December 16th.
I do think that that is the date.
It's a
Okay.
Thursday?
That's a Friday.
Yeah, Friday, okay.
That, at this point, will be your last meeting of the year, usually.
It is
I'll be
1.
zooming for any other meetings that year.
It is 1:33 and we are adjourned. We'll be back at 2:30.
I'd just like to say thank you to Maya for working us through, helping us with the whole PowerPoint presentation. Nicely done, appreciate it. Thank you. At a distance.